Welcome to the June 8th, 2023 meeting of the Fitchburg City Council as a Whole Committee. I now call this meeting to order. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast. I ask that anyone else in the audience who is recording this meeting please identify themselves for the record now by standing and stating their name and city of residence. Seeing none, I ask at this time that all electronic devices be placed into silent mode. Councilor Di Natale, would you please lead us in salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Di Natale.
Here.
Councilor Fleming.
Here.
Councilor Green.
Here.
Councilor Schultz.
Here.
Councilor Squire.
Present.
Councilor Van Hansinger.
Here.
President Zarella.
Here.
Councilor Boschman.
Here.
Councilor Kuchar. Councilor Cragen.
Here.
Councilor Cruz.
Here.
We have 10 members present.
Thank you very much. The public had been advised to contact the city clerk's office for remote registration. We have one person registered who does not appear to be in attendance yet. So I will go to the audience. I would like to. Oh,
Okay.
this may be our missing counselor, so we'll wait just a moment.
Bingo.
For the record, we are now joined by Councilor Kuchar, bringing us up to 11 members present. So I would like to note for the public comment session that any members of city departments who are here to comment on any of the cuts that may have been proposed for their departments, as well as any of our community partners who may have line items being cut, will be invited to address the council at the time that cut is discussed, and so need not participate directly in public comment, though, of course, if you have some other item you'd like to comment on, you're certainly welcome to do so. That being said, is there any member of the public who would like to make public comment at this time? Please approach the center podium, identify yourself by name and city of residence, and you may speak on the budget of the city of Fitchburg for not more than 2 minutes.
Jacqueline Wetchie, Fitchburg resident, thank you all for all the cuts you have proposed, and they make the prepared remarks I had superfluous.
Thank you. Any further public comment at this time? Seeing none, we will proceed to our agenda. We have several budget orders on our agenda, but as may be surmised, the primary purpose of this meeting is to discuss the general fund budget and cuts proposed to it. I understand that the mayor has a statement he would like to make before we begin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, councilors. I wanted to provide some introductory remarks this evening to inform you of some good news. Today, I was approached by my finance team, and they have advised that I should plan to offer a supplemental budget increasing revenues by $800,000. I want to thank the members of my finance team, the many counselors and department heads that have participated in countless meetings and numerous discussions about needs and resources, and about how those needs and resources will be reflected in the city's fiscal year 2024 budget. In light of this, I would ask you to reconsider your proposed budget cuts. When we presented the FY24 budget to City Council on May 16th, we used an estimate for property tax new growth of $626,000. Fitchburg's Chief Assessor, Chris Paquette, has informed me that we currently have $650,000 in new growth for real estate property taxes and estimates about $240,000 in new growth for personal property taxes, for a total of $893,000 in new growth. This means that there is additional new growth of about $267,000. Mr. Paquette, I would like to thank you for the great news and that hard work on your part. Supplemental budget would include an increase in hotel excise tax revenue. In this current budget, hotel excise tax revenue has been estimated to be $900,000. However, the actual could reach about $1.4 million, or an additional $500,000. Landfill tipping fees will likely exceed the current estimate of $2,180,000 as well. State revenue may also increase given that the state local aid proposal is higher than the governor's House 1 budget by approximately $158,169. City Auditor Brooks has assured me that these revenue increases, combined with others, should be enough to fund the $800,000 shortfall in the school budget. Therefore, please expect a supplemental budget to be released by my office in September for school expenses. The city auditor advises me that the city will know its actual receipts for FY23 by then, and will be able to raise revenue estimates, and may I add, possibly beyond what I suggested here. I'm hopeful this information and this plan will allay your fears and lessen the need you may feel to make cuts to this FY24 budget. I'm very concerned that many of the cuts being recommended will have a detrimental effect on city operations, limiting our ability to meet the desire of our residents for efficient municipal services. I respectfully request and ask that you not make these cuts to the FY24 budget. I want to thank City Auditor Calvin Brooks, Chief Assessor Chris Paquette, Treasurer Ann Cervantes, and my Chief of Staff Natalia Oliver, and the future City Auditor Jacqueline Cronin for their hard work, their fiscally conservative approach, and dedication to our city. Without them and their confidence in increased revenues, I would not have been able to make this statement. By working together, we can continue to move Fitchburg forward into a brighter and better future. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I was wondering if you can ask the mayor if we can get a copy of that letter that you just read to us.
Would it be possible to get do you have that in a document form that you just
I do.
read off?
Yes.
All right.
I do. We'll send it out.
Excellent.
We'll send it
Thank
out.
you.
Thank you very much. All right, then we will move into the proposals. The first three on our list here all concern limitations or reductions of salaries for non-union employees, particularly department heads. As we just voted on those on Tuesday, my intent is, as I discussed with at least one of the three councilors, I believe with at least two of them, that each councilor who has proposed those cuts may make a statement regarding them, but unless there is a vote of the council to the contrary, we will not be having debate on those items as we just voted on them 2 days ago. Councillor Cruz, if you'd like to begin.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'll go first. And obviously, this brand new information from Mayor DiNatale changes just about everything. When we received our budget information, we had an $800,000 shortfall, and it was time to make difficult choices. My suggestion was to freeze the raises for many of our non-union employees and wait until we didn't have to take from available funds to balance the budget. It's just not something that I'm comfortable with doing. I think we'd still need to have a larger conversation. We're not going to have debate tonight at request of Mr. President. But for me, the matrix that was proposed to us is not being used in the manner that it was proposed to us. We're skipping steps and grades. We're jumping up 9-12% on raises. That's not how it was proposed to us. It was proposed to us as a means to ease salary negotiations and prevent back and forth with department heads. And that's not how it's being used, and I think we still need to have a larger conversation about that. But I have full faith in Mayor Di Natale that this and his finance team, and I thank you for your diligence, your hard work, finding these extra funds, this extra $800,000 that we won't have to take out of available funds. And if it's all right with you, Mr. President, I will withdraw my cuts of the salary increases.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schultz.
Yeah, I have to agree with Councilor Cruz on the cuts that I proposed. I went through the budget and looked at the raises that were higher than 3%, and there were many of them. But at the same time, I still think, as I voted when the mayor's raise came up and also the city council, that we should probably pare that down to 3% as well. But I lost that fight, so we're not debating that tonight. Yeah, that information is of great import, and I thank you for that. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Van Hazinga?
Thank you, Mr. President. We face a lot of challenges in this budget, and it goes beyond just the $800,000 in net school spending that we're deferring to the future. We also aren't paying the $675,000 in snow and ice reserve that we typically pay each year. So we're going to depend on future free cash for that. And we're also using $1.3 million in existing free cash to balance the budget. So basically we're relying on savings and we're relying on our credit card to pay in the future. We can probably get through it this year, especially if finances improve and we're able to do a supplemental budget in September. But we're not just thinking about next year, or this year, we're thinking about next year as well, and the year after that. And the expenses will continue to be there, and they'll continue to grow. The biggest driver in expenses for the city is payroll, is salary. So if we don't address that, we will face the same problems next year. But will we have $1.3 million or more in free cash to throw at this? Will we be able to put on the credit card again next year when it's an even higher amount? So as a city, we have to live within our means. We have to have a sustainable budget that can work not just for this year, but for next year and the year after and the year after. Because when we accept risks like this, we get into trouble. And that happened to us in 2008 where the city almost went bankrupt. And if we develop a pattern of using these tricks to get by year to year, the problems will continue to snowball until we go bankrupt again, or nearly go bankrupt again. And that's something we need to nip in the bud right away and take care of. So I don't want to make any of the cuts I proposed. I think they're all valuable services. I don't want to cut any raises that are going to our employees. I think that I value them extremely. I think our city employees do a great job. But we have to control our expenses. We have to control what we spend and live within our means. And to do that without looking at payroll is not possible, because that's by far the greatest driver in our city budget is payroll, so we have to address that. And it's not something I want to do. I don't think I wouldn't willingly do it if we didn't have to, but I think we do. So I'm not withdrawing my cuts. I think this is something we need to address, and I think we need to control the city costs going in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've seen a few requests to speak on this. Because we are not going to be taking a separate vote on these three items this evening, we're not going to have any back and forth on it either. So if there are any questions only for the councillors who propose these cuts, I'll take them at this time. Otherwise, we will move on.
So I asked that our votes on Tuesday on this subject be delayed today so that we could talk about them today and debate them today. At no point during those votes was it said that we will not discuss this today. I was under the impression that we would discuss and vote on this, and to take this away, I think, is integral to this process of the budget, and I object. Well,
it was my understanding that your understanding was that we would either discuss it and vote on Tuesday or today. That being said, had I thought that it was intended to still be a live item tonight, I would have indicated that given our votes Tuesday and other days, we are not at legal liberty to make this cut at this time. We would be in violation of our own ordinances.
Again, this is why I said we shouldn't have taken the votes the other night. And at no point during the votes the other night was it said we would not have this discussion or debate tonight.
All right,
So I'm sorry, but this violates the
understand,
purpose
Counselor.
of this budget process.
I understand, Counselor. Is there an appeal to the council?
I'll appeal.
All right.
I'll appeal.
And is there a second for the appeal?
I'll second it.
All right. The appeal is non-debatable. A vote in favor would be a vote in favor of the ruling of the chair. A vote against would be a vote to overturn the ruling of the chair.
For clarification, you mean if we vote for the appeal, then we'll be able to discuss Councillor Van
Other way
Hazinga's...
around.
If we vote against the appeal,
Well, right, because you're not actually voting for or against the appeal. The question on appeal is, shall the ruling of the chair stand?
and
So a
the
vote
ruling
of
of the chair
yes?
is to not discuss?
Right. The ruling of the chair is that this has already been voted 2 days ago, and therefore is not a matter under discussion this evening. So a vote of yes will be a vote to move on to the next cuts. A vote of no will be a vote to debate the changes to the salary matrix this evening.
Mr. Chair, in all fairness to the council to the right of you or left of you,
Is this a question about the process of the vote?
Oh, the process of the vote.
Because it is a non-debatable motion.
So, I don't know, no, nothing. I'm having a hard time understanding what you're
All right. All in favor of the ruling of the chair? Five in favor. All opposed? 6 opposed. The ruling is overturned, and we may proceed. If you have anything else to add on your proposal, go ahead. Otherwise, I had Councilor Giannatalli.
Several things were just stated about the city's finances, and one of the reasons why I always point out the fact that I have been here the longest is because I am the only sitting councilor here who was here during 2008 through 2013. And at those critical years of our history, raises were not given. They were frozen, reduced, payroll slashed. Unions took barely 1%, if anything. It wasn't until around 2016 we got to a position of strength where we could actually start talking about normal increases and adjustments. So I want the context historically to be put out there for the record and not forget those years. As was stated earlier, these raises were voted on, all union contracts were approved, and the matrix numbers were approved. And they were approved after we knew the budget had challenges, which I always questioned from the start as regards to those challenges. So for future discussion on salaries, yeah, we need to be more cognizant of where we are today. But there were some things that were stated earlier that I want to correct the record on. Going back to 2008 and even beyond that, the city has always funded out of free cash, anticipated, not certified, snow and ice removal costs. It's never been an issue. FY17, 18, 19, and 20 is when this administration decided, well, we're getting a lot of robust free cash, so why don't we put current free cash in the budget for snow and ice removal and not worried about anticipated. But 25, 30, 40 years prior to that, we never did it. And the reason is the state allows us to deficit spend, and also because we don't know what the winter will be like. So instead of denying other areas of the budget, we would defer to free cash. So I just want the public to understand that while that's being played tonight as that's a concern, it's not a concern. We've always done it that way. We've just been living the high life the last 3 years. We haven't had to do it. So that's not a concern at all. Additionally, it was stated using the credit card for future budgets. future expenses. As a member of the Finance Committee for 16 years and as chair for 12, the Finance Committee gets a sheet every 2 weeks from the auditor of free cash that we will likely need to use in the future, but we don't have it. Every 2 weeks. We always have needs in the city that we can't pay for. Look at that requested column. That drives me insane. Because if we funded every penny of that, we'd be bankrupt in 5 minutes. We always have needs on free cash that we don't have. Always. It's never been a problem. What the budgets of 08, 9, 10, 11, and 12 were correcting was prior to that, we were using anticipated free cash to balance a budget in the millions without stabilization. We had $10,000 in stabilization. We have almost $9 million today. We were using anticipated free cash, not certified free cash, to balance the budgets back then in the millions. That's why we were in trouble. We're not doing that here. In 2021 and in 2022, we had to use certified free cash because of the pandemic. Free cash is a necessary use in budgetary finance when you have an emergency or a one-time issue. The council didn't have a problem with that 2 and 3 years ago because of the pandemic. Well, part of this budget, folks, is directly impacted by that pandemic still. Inflation, supply chain issues, higher interest rates, and yes, there are contract increases in here. But I want the context to be clear that there were no increases really to these levels in most of the last decade plus. So I want to bring people back to where we were really 15 years ago. We're not even close to where we were 15 years ago. And the news this evening we got doesn't surprise me because my line of questioning on the 22nd was questioning these revenue numbers. And I'm glad to see my concern, my statements panned out because I analyze the data like the finance team does. So the only thing I'll say last about the salaries, and we said it at the meeting Tuesday, party time's over. Party time was over for a long time. We brought it back up, and I want the public to understand too, very critically important, these increases we have approved. There was a reason we approved them. It wasn't because our people are living the high life. We couldn't hire DPW workers because we were paying them way below the market rate. And I'd have to hear colleagues like my Ward 2 counterparts say how potholes aren't getting filled. Well, yeah, because it's not a budget issue. It's because we had the funding, but we couldn't hire the people. So what the negotiating teams were working on was raising those rates. That's why they were voted on. There was a story behind it. And now that we're at a market rate level, now we have to take a step back because we're going to have a little bit of pain. And so while I agree with my colleagues we need to be careful in the future, I disagree with the statements made about free cash usage and the like. And I'll close with this. My confidence in the snow and ice, all the stuff I mentioned earlier, predicated off of the raises, we have to look at what we had for free cash the last 6 years. Over $38 million. Average annual free cash certification is $5.5 million. And what do we know we need free cash for next year that we don't have today? What do we know? Stabilization, MS4 stormwater, snow and ice. That's $1.8 million. We know today, once free cash is certified, we've got to pay for. Not news. It's every year. And the average annual is 5.5. The lowest being under this administration, 3.7. So am I worried about this? No. Why am I not worried about this? Let the data be your guide. And I'll hold off on my individual cuts until we get to that point, but we need to be frugal now. And I shouldn't have said party time is over, because it wasn't a party for most of these people many years prior to that. But we've made up for what we had lost. Now we got to take a step back and reanalyze. I absolutely agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further on this proposal? All right, do I have, Councilor Cruz?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to reiterate that I believe that the matrix that we approved and some of the union contracts we approved that I agree with, catching up the DPW to market rate salaries is important, but the matrix as it was presented to us is not being used as it was presented to us, and that has to be said. It's not where we have employees jumping up, not 3%, 6%, 9%, higher, getting big raises that we did not anticipate with the matrix. It was supposed to go step by step, not grade up just because we need to be retroactive or we need to get a certain position caught up. That's not what I agreed to, and I think the matrix needs to be reevaluated or it needs to be used as it was presented to us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Do I have a motion at this time?
Move to limit the matrix increases to 1% and the my stated grade and step changes.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and second. Anyone on the motion? All in favor? On the motion? Go ahead.
Just to remind everybody that we had this same vote on Tuesday, or we had a vote on the current existing matrices and increases, and it passed the council 8-3. And nothing's changed in the last 2 days. Thank you.
I will also just note as a technical matter that if we were to pass this cut, we would then need to take a series of votes going forward on amending the ordinance. That said, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
In opposition? Motion fails by 2-9. All right, now before we go on to the next sets of cuts, the next ones are all to specific line items. So I am going to go through quickly and read off the affected departments. If your department is not named here, then you are certainly more than welcome to stay, but you will not be needed at this further in this meeting.
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Are the department heads going to speak before we have a chance to say whether we want to keep these or not? So we don't have to waste their time?
No, the maker of or the proposer of the cut will have a chance to introduce the cut beforehand, but then we'll go to the department head before we go to the council. City Council, Human Resources, Legal, Assessor, Auditor, Information Technology, Community Development, Fire Department, Board of Health, Senior Center, Recreation Department, Library, Employee Benefits, and miscellaneous expenses. This would be the Johnny Appleseed Center. If your department or organization was not named here, then, as I said, you are more than welcome to stay with us. But if you would like to get home, you are entirely free to do so. All right, so next, both Councillor Van Hazinga and myself proposed cuts to the City Council's own travel and education budget. He proposed eliminating it entirely, a cut of $3,000. I proposed cutting from $3,000 to $1,000. When this goes to vote, we will vote the $3,000 cut first, and if it fails, we will then consider the $2,000 cut. So my reasoning here was we were facing what looked like a tight budget, and even though it's a very, very small amount, I find it much easier to look at the budget and say, we don't need this, than to point at the departments and say, you don't need this. And the travel and education budget, my rationale for leaving it at $1,000 was to cover the Tri-City Dinner, which I believe is an important event in intercity cooperation and collaboration. The remainder of it is used primarily by individual counselors for various educational and training opportunities, which are undoubtedly valuable. but given that they are not of broader benefit to the entire city or the entire council, they seemed appropriate to cut in a tight year. I will be maintaining my proposed cut just because, like I said, I feel like we should do our part, and even if we're not as tight as we thought we were going to be, we can still do something. But I no longer feel as strongly about it, knowing now that we are in much less of a tight spot than we were. And with that, I will turn it over to Councillor Van Hassingen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to amend my proposed cut to match your $2,000. And I know this is not much, but it is just that if there are going to be cuts made, it should affect the city council as well. I didn't want to leave us out. That's all.
Is there any objection to the amendment of Councillor Van Hassingen's proposal? All right, in that case, we have a single proposal here for a cut of $2,000 to the education and travel line item. Councillor Squalia.
I am against this cut because I believe that it's extremely important for city councilors to have the opportunity to be educated on any new changes within the law, particularly in this year. We're seeing a lot of new changes in the law that we have the opportunity to go be educated for these things. And the amount of, the line item is such an insignificant line item when we're talking about $1.7 million, $1.3 million taken from free cash alone. $2,000 out of that in order to ensure that all the city councilors are fully educated, I think is in not benefiting us as a city or as a whole.
All right, Councillor Schultz.
I agree with the council president and the council vice president. We should do our part as well. If we're asking other departments to tighten their belt, we should support that $2,000 cut. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Cragen.
Yeah, I'm much as I would love to be in support of this cut, I am in opposition because I believe it is really important for us to get as much education and training as we can. I'm very much in favor of the Tri-City dinner because it does open up good relations, but there is no handbook to read on how to do city council work. What there are experts to speak to all over the city and in City Hall, but there are also experts outside of the city, and I have availed myself of those, so I would be in opposition.
All right, Councillor Giannatalli.
I never liked this line item. 16 years doing this, I never attended one training seminar. And I'm damn good at the job. And the voters believe that too. And when we had a budget in here of $1,000, never was used. And yet we still somehow did our jobs. I remember in the dark days of 08, 9, 10, and 11, when we didn't use this line item, what were we told we had to do? Use our own money. Taxpayers pay us a $10,000 stipend, soon to be a $13,000 one with the 30% raise most of us voted for. And so I agree with Councilor Van Hassingen and Council President Zarella, not because of the tight times we're in. I never liked this line item. Because if I want to learn something, I'll get in my car and go do it myself. Just like in the private sector, when I have to go to a training seminar, I don't get reimbursed for mileage. So we're not put out by this. We get compensated by the voters, the residents. 13 grand coming up, 30% increase. So that $3,000 raise can go to our travel expenses. All right, so that's just my opinion. I've never used this line item. And to be effective at this job, I disagree. You don't need to use it. That's what the internet's for, too. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Though I agree with Councillor Squalia that it is such a small number, I do just want to say that we had our Tri-City dinner this year in Fitchburg, and it's something that we could put back in to cover that if we really wanted to pinch our pennies, which is fine. It's what we should be doing. But I'm in favor of this cut as well. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Councillor Brochman?
I'm going to say it point blank. I'm not in favor of this at all. I find the educational aspect of it very helpful, especially for me. I thought it was great when I went down to the MMA. I learned a lot, and I really think a bunch of these councilors should go. If you want to cut something, I don't get nothing out of the Tri-City meal but a free meal. Really. and talking about good times. Really, if you want to cut something, then cut the meal. Cut that, the Tri-City. But to take education away, where you can learn something at the MMA, we're crazy. You're taking something that, if I'm not here 2 years from now or 3 years from now, you guys can benefit from it. We don't use it. That's why it doesn't nobody goes. It's there to be used, but nobody wants to go because it's 50 miles down the street. So I'm not going to vote against your proposal. I'm sorry. I think education is very important, especially for a guy like me. I don't have a college education. I go down here and I learn a lot. I ask questions where I go to the booths, and they're helpful. They're very helpful, and that's why the commissioner over here at the DPW doesn't like it because I find problems. But anyway, but it helps. It's very, very helpful. And I'm telling you, you learn a lot from it. You can't beat it. You really can't beat it. So, and I have gone every year except for, I think 1 year we had a snowstorm. I used to go with Tom Donnelly. So, went to it all the time. So, it's very educational. You should do it. Thank you.
Councillor Fleming?
I have no problem cutting this line on him. My feeling is if you want to get educated, you'll use your own money. You don't have to use the taxpayers' money. And, you know, even the dinner, if you had to pay for your own ticket to go to that dinner, I wonder how many people would go. So because it's a free meal, people will go. So I have no problem removing this from the budget.
Councillor Cruz, second time?
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, I do go to the trainings. And if I could suggest something, because I don't want to deprive anyone of their education, maybe we cut it by $1,500 if the proposers of the cut would like to amend their cut. Thank you. I yield the floor.
All right. Anyone else on this cut? Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept the cut to $1,000.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second to cut $2,000, leaving $1,000 remaining in the line item. All in favor?
Aye.
In opposition? Motion passes by a vote of 8-3. And I apologize to my fellow councillors. There was one item that I did leave off of here, honestly based on the same reasoning as the first three items, but since it seems the sentiment of the council is in favor of discussing it anyway, that's fine. Councillor Van Hazinga also proposed that we cut, or that we eliminate the raises to the council salaries. Was it the council or just the council?
It was just the council.
Just the council. $3,000 per councillor increase.
That's not on here?
It's not on the sheet that was passed out when we sat down.
Oh, okay, then, okay, yeah, I'll second that.
So, in total, this is a relatively small amount. It's only $16,500, but it's more symbolic that if I'm going to propose lowering increases for other city employees, I don't think it was fair for the city council to take any increase, and that was my reasoning. And I know we've debated the increase in salary for both the councilors and the mayor, and I think it is long overdue. I think it's needed, but in a situation where we're curtailing other employees, I don't think it was fair to take. That was my reasoning.
Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to state that I proposed the same cut. It didn't seem fair for...
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. It didn't seem fair to ask anyone to make any sacrifice and not sacrifice yourself, given the state of the city's finances. So despite that I had voted for it initially, I proposed this cut as well with the information, with the entire budget that we had. And I'm in favor of this cut, and I'm in favor of making the necessary sacrifice. So I'd be voting in favor of cutting our salary increase. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, I did not vote for the increase in council pay, so I have no problem removing the increase from our pay.
Councillor Brochman.
I have a problem with it because I think democracy is being cut short. You don't have people running for public office because it's not there. You get the same people, and you get people walking into office, and I don't call that democracy. I don't call that fair representation. So I'm not going to support it. I am all in favor of this. There's no guarantee that each and every one of us are going to be around next year. There's none of that. So you're taking it for granted. It's for the other guy, not for me. Whoever beats me or beats you gets a stipend and gets a pay raise. It's a lot of work, and you're bringing out democracy, and you're bringing out people to the polls. You're bringing out people to run for public office. They don't want to run. It's been in the newspaper numerous times. People don't run. I can go right around here. Bernie Schultz, nobody ran against him. Paul Boschman, nobody ran against him. You had somebody. You had nobody. Right down the road. Nobody. How do you give fair representation if you don't have people running? You lose the government. You become stagnant. Do you want stagnant government? Really? Do you want that? You become yes people. But they won't need me. Put a bobbin head here and pull a string. That's all you need. Oh, sorry. I get excited. I really get upset with this. But it's crazy. You know? Why cut something when it's benefit for everybody? It's better for better government. And that's what you want, better government. Not stagnant government, better government. So I won't support his cut. So be it.
Councilor Schultz.
Yeah, I will support this cut. I was the only person that voted against the city council increase and also the mayor's increase. I don't think we're going to attract too many more candidates with $13,000 a year. And in these times where we're struggling with the budget, I think it's important that we set the example of keeping increases very minimal. And also, I do have a question. At the same time we passed those raises, there was also, and I think it's been delayed, a cost of living as well.
That is a broader ordinance change that's going to need to be massaged slightly, which is why it's been delayed, because it's not necessary for this year's budget. So we'll discuss it after the budget is done, one way or another. But
so
but yes, that is still in the pipeline.
That's still in the pipeline. Yeah. So cost of living, it's just too much at one time. The mayor's increased salary is just too much at one time.
Which isn't on our agenda.
Which isn't on our agenda. But I am in favor of the $3,000 cut.
All right, Councilor Giannatalli.
So this is clearly an optics play because we're trying to show that we care.
Point of order. It's inappropriate to speculate on our intentions.
Yeah, let's only stick to the issue, not the motivations.
Okay. Let me put this in context for everybody. The city council has not had a raise in the stipend, not us, the position, in over 11 years. 11 years. So the raise, the increase we allotted, and Council Boschman is correct, it's not, I'm giving myself a raise. We have to earn it in November. If we don't win, then we don't get it. We actually get nothing. We're gone. If we win, we get the bump. For a new person coming in, they're not getting a raise. That's what they're getting paid. But again, because I had a lot of people ask me this, 11 years. It's never a good time to do this. Never. Good times, bad times, because we're supposed to do this for free. And so we have been doing it for 11 years without an increase. Our counterparts next door in the land of milk and honey, they make $13,000. So we strategize the increase to meet their level, and because we haven't gotten one in over a decade. And then for people to understand that fact that we're not getting a bump now, we have to win the election. And so $3,000 between us, I would support this cut if we cut everybody else. If we cut everybody else. We didn't. We just voted to not cut anybody salaries. And all the unions got their increases. But we're going to cut ours? It's inconsistent. We just were told tonight that we don't have a problem anymore. But for future budgets, we have to be frugal. This ain't going to stamp the frugality, okay? Because I got news for people. We're not going to raise this now for another 12 years. So none of us do this for the money. They're very hardworking people sitting here, very hard. Spend countless hours that people don't know about behind the scenes. They're not doing this for the money. So while I agree with my colleague from Ward 2 about us having to earn it, I disagree with him about better government if we don't do this. $3,000 ain't sweetening the deal. I think people look at what we go through every 2 weeks, they go, these people are nuts. Why would I want to sit there and deal with this all the time? At least that's what my constituents tell me by and large. Thank God you do this job, Counselor, because I don't know how you stomach it. That's why people don't want to run. It's a pain in the rear end. But I guess we love the pain, the 11 of us. I know I do, apparently. But those are the critical context items for those who are going to go outside today and go, we gave ourselves a raise of $3,000 and we're sticking it to the little guy. We haven't gotten one in 11 years. And by we, I mean the positions.
All right.
And so there was a reason these were voted on favorably before. And now that we're not concerned with this budget on raises, we'll live to see another day. But for the council, we're not going to probably raise this again for another 12 or 14 years. So I'm not worried about the next budget or the budget after that, because we're not even going to take a sniff at touching this again. Certainly now with the CPI adjustment. That is a critical piece of what we're talking about here. That wasn't in the ordinance last time that we're going to vote on. And I want that to be clear to my colleagues too. That's even more of a reason why we're never going to touch this base salary again, probably. Because now we baked in the CPI. We raised our base level to our colleagues from the land of milk and honey, and we also put a CPI index in there. So now every year, we don't have to worry about this ever again. Our numbers are going to rise and fall based on what everybody else is getting, as it should be, and that's why I'm proud of my colleagues who supported the CPI input. It was badly needed, long overdue, so I am not concerned about doing this now, because we're never going to do it again, most likely. Thank you.
Councillor Squalia.
Thank you. I agree with the vast majority of what Councillor Di Natale just said. We already hashed this out. We haven't raised the city council stipend in over 10 years because it's never a good time. Good times or bad times, like he said. So, by putting in the 13,000 as the base, that matches Leominster. We are the Twin Cities. And by adding the CPI, now we don't have to think about this and don't have to do this future political budget cut ever again. It's just fair. 10 years ago, $10,000 might have been a fair, reasonable compensation. But today's dollars, and $10,000 in today's dollars is $13,000. That's possibly even more. So $13,000 is fair compensation. I will not vote against. I will not vote for cutting this. We've already went through it. And additionally, the irony of cutting the education of the city councilors and then telling them they have to pay for it themselves, but then we're going to cut the proposed increase in the stipend. That's kind of ironic. We want our city councilors to be educated. We want them to work hard. We want them to do everything, but we don't want to. We want them to be at the lowest totem of, the lowest pole rung of entire city. We're not cutting anyone else's budget except the city councilors, which only make $10,000, which was fair 10 years ago. So I urge my colleagues to uphold the vote that we went through in long detail and discussion many months ago. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two councillors looking to speak for the second time. I'd like to make a brief remark first. I think, first of all, I just want to note that is one of the political difficulties of every paid legislator, is that the salary of a legislator has to be fixed by law, whether it's ordinance, statute, and yet the only people who can enact those laws are the legislature. So inevitably, it always has to be us voting our own salary, which is why we are not allowed to vote for it to take effect until there has been an election, so that the voters can decide, so that we can't be guaranteed that we will be getting the benefit of any increase we vote on. It might not be us. That being said, I continue to believe that the increase was appropriate for the position. That said, I also understand the budgetary concerns, and I would encourage any of my colleagues who feel that this is inappropriate given the current budget to do what I plan to do, which is, if in fact the increased budgetary projections don't pan out later in the year, if we still are in a tight budget come the end of the year, and if in November the voters see fit to put me back in office, I'm going to be writing a $3,000 check in January, because I'm perfectly happy to forego the increase to my compensation. But I believe that the increase is correct for the position. Whether it draws more people to run or not, I hope it will. I don't know that it will. But I think it's a fair increase. So that's where I stand. I understand we've got to be frugal. I understand the pain should start here if there's going to be pain. But I don't think that we should undo this. I think we finally got it done. I think that it was necessary, and I think that we should put the matter to bed. Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, I guess unless you sat on school committee as a volunteer elected position, we have one councillor here who sat on it for 14 years, strictly volunteer. For what purpose? For the better of the city. That's what this job. When I start seeing the zoning board, the planning board, and all these other committees getting some type of stipend, because they put in countless hours as well, then maybe I would say let's give ourselves a raise. But until I see that, I just can't justify it. I just can't justify it. And if the extra $3,000 is going to bring fresh people to run for these jobs, these offices, well, who wants them just because of the money? You want them because they care for the city, not because of what they're going to be paid. I didn't even know this was a paid position when I got elected. So kudos to me. When I found out, I was just like, wow, I didn't do it for that. So, and that's how I think most people should think. This is not their full-time job. This is for the betterment of their city, and that's just the way I feel.
Councillor Schultz.
I agree with Councillor Fleming. I echo your words. I've served on volunteer committees for the city as well for years, and I didn't do it. I didn't run for city council for the money. 30% increase is a large increase, especially given that that also passed was, as I mentioned earlier, the cost of living, which is, I guess, can go up to 5%. So it'll be 5% on the 15,000. So I just don't agree with it altogether. I'll be voting with Council Van Hassing to do away with the salary increase.
Councillor Giannatalli.
Very briefly, I don't do this often, but I want to apologize to my colleagues Fleming, Cruz, Van Hazinga, and Schultz for my comment about the optics. Their heart's in the right place, and up to the statement by the mayor, I agree with them because of what we were going to do to other people potentially. But all I'm trying to try to win them back, I'm just trying to point out for them that context of why, I don't know if they consistently voted no against it from the beginning, but I don't remember what the numbers were, but there was a rationale, a sound rationale of why they passed, and the CPI is such a critical piece of that where we don't have to do this again. And it'll be fair and equitable, and we don't have to do it anymore. And so I see this as a correction for the sins of the past, and I'm probably guilty of myself because I was on the council for 16 years, and we've had 4 votes on this, and every time we voted no. Until this time I voted yes. I trust in that CPI factor. And I'll tell you right now, if that CPI ordinance doesn't pass, now I'm probably in your league, because I don't want to do this again. It's a pain. But I feel like it's like a Band-Aid. You just rip it off, get it over with. And now it's out of our hands in perpetuity, because now it's based off of what everybody else is doing. And so I don't want you to overlook that critical piece. Your heart's in the right place. I agreed with you up until tonight, but there's a broader context behind why we did this that you should also take confidence in for your constituents, that we're not just giving ourselves a raise just to give ourselves a raise and to heck with everybody else. There's a very detailed backstory line of thinking. This wasn't done in a vacuum. And so I implore you to reconsider, because we're not going to have this discussion again. And that's how it should be. Finally. Thank you.
Councillor Squalia.
To add to what Councillor Di Natale just said, the planning board does receive a stipend, and the school committee, it's up to the school committee itself to determine if they want to pay a stipend, which frankly I think would be fair for the amount of work that the school committee puts in as well. Many other school committees across the state do receive a stipend for their time. And I would also like to point out, for school committee, many people that run for school committee then run for city council, which actually receives a stipend. And in addition to that, we often have trouble filling the school committee position seats, because you don't even get a stipend in order to pay yourself to be able to run for the seat. So I believe that if we want, like Councillor Boschman said very passionately, if we want to attract good candidates for these positions, we need to at least give a small stipend. And finally, for the $13,000 that we already discussed at length, and I fully believe is fair. I forgot my thought.
Understandable.
I forgot my thought. But it's fair. We've already discussed it, and like Councillor Di Natale said, this is our last chance to get it fair and to be equitable with the city of Leominster. Thank you.
Councillor Van Hasinga.
Just a point of clarification, the planning board chair does receive a very small stipend to reflect substantial work done on their part in writing decisions and coordinating outside of the meetings. Regular planning board members do not receive a stipend. I was on the planning board for 10 years and I never saw a dime, so it was completely volunteer. It is for almost all of the members of that board. A year ago, when we first debated and approved the raises for both mayor and city council, I voted in support, because I agree with all of the points that were raised about why the salary should be increased, because it hasn't for so long. So I don't want to rehash those here. But at that time, times were good. There wasn't any pressure in the budget. We were expanding spending. We were hiring people. This year, it's not the case. We're $2.8 million short, so it's not a good time to do it. And I would entertain it in the future if financially we can do it. But right now, we can only spend what we can afford to spend. So increases, I don't support, and that's why I still support this cut.
All right, I'd just like to note one final thing, which is I'm not here for the money either. And I also spent 5 years on the zoning board, not as the chair. The chair of the zoning board also gets a very small stipend, but I was not the chair. I spent the 6-hour nights from 6 to midnight over at the senior center, often getting yelled at by applicants. And yeah, no, I did it because I love the city. Same reason I'm here. But it's not commensurate. The amount of work that goes into being a counselor is exponentially higher. And again, if we cut our salary to 0, I'd still be running next year, or this year. But I don't think that's the fair amount to pay the position, whether it's me or anyone else. If I were not running this year, if I were retiring from the council, I'd still support the 13,000. That said, do I have a motion?
To approve the cut.
Second?
I have a motion and second to make the cut of, I'm sorry, what was the total?
$16,500.
$16,500 to the city council salary line item. All in favor?
Aye.
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 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favor. In opposition? All right, motion fails by a vote of 4 to 7. Next, we have Councilor Giannatalli's proposed cut to the position of Human Resources Assistant. This is a total cut of a line item of $54,964.
I am withdrawing.
All right, does anyone have any objection to this cut being withdrawn? Seeing none, all right, we are all set on that. Then both Councilors Cruz and Van Hazinga proposed deep and/or total cuts to the legal department. So I will allow them to introduce those. It's up to you guys, which goes first.
All right, I'll go first and lead it off. So if we look at the projected spending for 2023, we'll spend $343,892 in our legal department. If you take a look at Leominster, I don't have their actual costs for any recent year, but their budgeted costs are $185,000. And in talking to a member
I have
of
the recent cost if you'd like me to add them in real quick.
sure, if you have the actual cost.
So the actual cost for the city of Leominster, who hires a outside legal team, they've actually, in the last 3 fiscal years, have never reached the $185,000. They've put the money back into the general fund. In fiscal year 21, they spent $102,552.52. In fiscal year 22, they just came underneath it at $184,958.30. And in fiscal year 23, they expect to come about $25,000 short at about $160,000. Thank you, Councillor.
And so our expenses are, I believe, it's 1.86 times higher. And I don't bring up the comparison to Leominster to treat it as a utopia that we should copy everything they do, but they're a useful comparison. They're a city of about the same size directly next to us. They have a similar size government, so it's useful to compare what the difference is. And the difference is substantial. It's worthwhile looking at why. So we employ a city solicitor and an assistant city solicitor as salary positions. Leominster does not. They contract all of their legal services with an outside firm. They contract with the firm KP Law. It specializes in municipal law, and they represent about a third of the towns and cities across the Commonwealth. I believe it's like 130 communities or something around there. In addition to 100, they act as a special counsel for 100 additional communities, special districts, housing authorities, state agencies. This isn't the only provider. This is an example. So it's very common for communities to use contracted legal services rather than to hire their own. And the result of this is substantially lower costs. Councillor Cruz had the actual cost. They budget at $185 consistently. They're coming below that. I also looked beyond the city of Leominster and went to the town of Chelmsford. It is a town, not a city, but it's close in size. They have a population of about 36,000 people. They also contract their legal services. They used to contract with KP Law. Now they contract with 2 other firms, which is just a jumble of names. I didn't write them down. Their budget is $175,000, and over the last 4 years, they've averaged $165,000 in annual expenses. This is substantially lower than what we spend. So it's worthwhile looking at how we handle our legal services, and is it most cost-effective and efficient to employ a city solicitor or to contract this service? And it appears there is such a big difference in the costs that we are not doing it the right way. So my proposal is to restructure how we do legal services. It is to get to an end figure of around 100. I think if you cut everything and add 100, I proposed it's about $190,000, whatever similar to Leominster. And that's what I'm proposing. And it is also worthwhile that recently we had a staffing study done by the UMass Boston to analyze our staffing levels for non-public safety positions within the city. And they looked at the legal office, and one of the notes they made is that our present arrangement violates the city bylaws. Right now, the city solicitor and the assistant solicitor maintain their private practices. They do some work for us, some work for their private practice. And there's no real transparency about how much of each they're doing. And in the bylaws, it states, to quote the staffing study, full-time officers, department heads, agents, employees, and board members shall devote all of their time during regular working hours, except during the period allowed for lunch and vacations, to their duties, and shall not engage in other businesses or occupations. So the present arrangement we have does not conform with our bylaws. It's another reason why we should look at changing the way we get legal services and go to a contracted service and save a significant amount of money. Councilor Cruz, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think you said it clearly and eloquently. This is a structural thing. It's a thing that we need to look at. If we were to go to what I suggested for our cut, the $200,000 annually for our legal services, we'd save $136,173. That's just on paper with the budget. That's multiple positions. That's DPW workers. That's a chief diversity executive. That's stuff that we should be prioritizing here in the city that we can't because we're spending all of it in our legal service. And I want to point out a couple more numbers from previous fiscal years. In fiscal year 22, we spent an additional $226,439 of outside legal service. The year before that, it was $75,444. In these years, we've paid out over $1 million in settlements. If we hire an outside source with multiple lawyers who we can contract on an appropriate basis, they'll have the legal purview to handle all of these different legal scenarios, and we can put this $136,173 into the stuff that our constituents really need. DPW workers, chief diversity executive, something else. We can save money here, and we wouldn't be doing our job tonight if we didn't bring it up and ask these important questions. It's a difficult conversation, but it's one that we've got to have, and I implore my fellow councilors to keep an open mind. I know that in the past the argument has been, I enjoy having someone I can pick up the phone and call, and they'll be there. But the city of Leominster, in their city council budget, they have $1,500 for their own legal service that they can pick up the phone and call. Since 2015, when they switched over, they have never exceeded that money for their own outside legal counsel. This is nothing personal. These are difficult conversations, but it's one we've got to have. We've got to put the money where it has the most use, and that's why I wholeheartedly support this cut to $200,000 for our legal services. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
I have a structural question.
Go ahead.
If the proposed cut by Cruz and Van Hazinga, if we were to approve the 3 line items, there would be enough funding left over theoretically to hire an outside legal resource. Was that the intention?
I think that's the intent. It would be up to the mayor if that actually is the direction we went, or if he did something else.
But that is the intention.
Councilors?
We cannot enforce the mayor to put the money anywhere else. We can just make our suggestions and make our arguments. My argument is to restructure how we do our legal department here in the city of Fitchburg. I yield the floor. Thank you.
That doesn't answer.
So,
Can I answer the question?
Go ahead.
So my recommendation is to cut, and then my recommendation, is a recommendation only, would be to allocate some of the money from the cut to pay for legal services.
So the amount of cut would still leave enough left over within the budget?
It would exceed. The amount we spent last year is $343,000. What's budgeted is $336,000. I proposed $190,000. Councilor Cruz proposed $200,000. So that leaves a substantial difference between what we are cutting and what we would recommend would be budgeted for this area of services.
Thank you. That is clear.
Thank you. So, first, just as to the issue of the ordinance, That has been brought to my attention before, and frankly, it's simply a case, as many things that have come up over the last few years, where whoever initially drafted that ordinance wasn't thinking of the use case of city solicitor, because it would be unreasonable, for our auditor to be trying to maintain a private financial practice while working on the city's finances, because I gather it keeps him busy full-time all day. With legal work, it's more variable. Some days you might be working on for a particular client all day long and then into the evening. Other days, that particular client might not have any particular need of your services, so you dedicate the time to a different client. It doesn't mean that you're not giving that first client your full attention. It just means that the way legal work goes, there isn't something to do for that one client all day, every day. And so, as the staffing study noted, by longstanding practice, all of our city solicitors for a long time have maintained private practices. I think there was one exception for a few years, but beyond that, this is what is done. This is what is done. So that, I think, is an issue where the ordinance needs to be fixed to reflect our practice, not vice versa. Just as in past years, we've amended some of our council rules to reflect what we actually do on the council, rather than changing what we've been doing for decades on the council to match an antiquated rule that everyone forgot about. But that being said, I certainly don't want to disparage any of my brother attorneys. I know that the people at KP Law are skilled attorneys, but I've done work for private clients in communities that use KP Law. And yes, they pay less. They get less. The response times are longer. The detail is much less. And frankly, looking through their ordinances are messier than ours are, because they're not going to spend the money on a contract basis to have KP Law review every ordinance they pass. They're only going to have them review the ones where they think there might be a problem. And quite frankly, the number of legislative drafting tasks in which legal lay people typically think there is going to be a problem, and the number of legislative drafting tasks in which there are hidden problems, are night and day. There is no such thing as a simple law. We have that benefit. It's not just being able to call up the city solicitor for my own purposes. It's being able to discuss the business of the city at the drop of a hat, all day, all night. I've called Solicitor Pusateri or gotten calls from him at 11 at night, no joke. And we've stayed on the phone at 11 at night for a half hour or more, talking over issues that are coming up in front of the city that could cause problems if not handled properly. So it may be that Leominster has a budget of $1,500 for council legal services that they don't spend. First of all, that would buy a few hours of a private attorney's time, maybe, and I suspect that they don't use it because it's limited and it's expensive. So they're only going to use it if there's a critical issue that absolutely must receive the review of an attorney. They're not going to pick up the phone to ask a question they might have, or to clarify an issue, or to say, hey, I've got this legislative proposal. Could I bounce it off of you? Could you review it for me, redline it? Tell me what the problems are with it. These are all things that, I kid you not, on a weekly basis, there are emails going back and forth between myself and Solicitor Pusateri, and I suspect several other councilors avail themselves of his services as well. So yes, we could save money by going to contract legal services on paper. In terms of practical efficiency, it would be a huge loss to the city. That's all I'll say on the matter. Next, I have Councillor Di Natale.
This is near and dear to my heart because 2 fiscal years during 08 to 13, I proposed privatizing legal then under the previous administration, and I wish John Barrett, the former solicitor, was here because he'd probably be hanging up on the ceiling right now. I'm hearing the same exact arguments that I made 10 years ago, and I got completely torched with data that I didn't have this evening, that former Mayor Wong, John Barrett, and some representatives from other cities and towns that came to that budget meeting who did have full-time legal service, not contracted. And it was one of those moments where I felt the most embarrassed in my tenure because I didn't do my homework. Not saying these gentlemen haven't, but I was along the same line of, well, Leominster pays this, and first of all, the Leominster numbers we have, these are budget numbers. They're not actual numbers. We don't know what they actually spent. And if we do, like in Chelmsford's case, what I learned 10 years ago is most of these cities and towns that do privatize, there are legal expenses baked in multiple department budgets throughout the budget. It's not in legal. So it makes the number look lower than it really is. I also learned, Mr. President mentioned it, the call times, because there was a survey done from these other municipalities. Wait times were 3 times higher, and this was 10 years ago. When there were problems in a pinch with the courts, we couldn't get people to come right away. So having someone right away available was a big time saver. And we look at the costs, and I was guilty of this, but we don't look at what we saved. What our attorneys that work full-time for us, how much money have they saved us? And the public doesn't know that number. We do, because everything we get savings from out of them with their expertise and counsel they contract out to help them, the public doesn't know about because it's always under executive section. I will say that whatever we pay for legal services is probably 10 or 20 times more that they have saved us because of their advice and expertise. And yes, they do use outside counsel, but in certain circumstances, it isn't around the clock. So while there are cities and towns who do contract this out, I believe the number was 1/3 or maybe a little more than 1/3 of cities and towns, we should not lose sight of the fact that about 2/3 of the state does not. And so that's why I've never proposed it again, because I saw the information that was provided to me, and that was one of the few times I thought I did my homework and I didn't. And that's why I haven't made the recommendation again. Again, the motivation is in the right place, the mindset's in the right place, but we have to be careful, and I wish maybe I had this conversation with my colleagues before they propose this. We have to be careful looking at what other cities and towns do who privatize, because it's not all in the legal number. It's everywhere else, too. And lastly, I'll say it's very difficult to compare one city to another, whether it's population-based or not. It's apples and oranges, because one city could have hardly any labor disputes. They don't have an airport. We all know how the airport's helped us with legal issues. And, we don't have unfunded federal mandates by the eggheads known as EPA and DC. But other cities don't have that stuff to deal with. And so while we see the numbers of cost, we don't see the savings. We don't quantify that. And I was guilty of this myself, and I won't do it again. It's not a strong argument to say, well, this city does it this way, so we should in this respect, because I don't know what Leominster's legal issues are. I don't know what Chelmsford's is. I don't know. You know, I remember when the mayor first got elected, we had a huge labor issue from the previous administration that we couldn't talk about. It went through the federal courts and ended up becoming public, but we dodged a major bullet with that. And that was because of who we have working for us. That could have cost taxpayers millions. That could have decimated the stabilization fund. I'm not saying a private practice wouldn't have done the same thing, but I don't know if we would have had the level of service that we would have gotten from these folks. Mr. Pusateri said a few weeks ago how Ms. Pollock, she may have a private practice, but I can guarantee you she's not spending any amount of time with it. She's too busy in land court all week for us. So I just want everybody to be cautious of the numbers. They're correct, but they don't tell the whole story. And take what you want from my statements. This is from somebody who tried to privatize this office twice. The first time, they weren't prepared, and I still lost. The second time, the mayor's predecessor, oh, she came prepared. And I will never forget that day, because I looked foolish. Not saying these gentlemen do. I'm saying I didn't listen before the meeting to what they were telling me, so they made it public. You know, so I don't expect newer counselors to know that history. I do, and it's burned into my brain. And that's why I won't support this, because I got an education real quick on if we do this, and everyone's going to probably say, well, how does Leominster survive? How does Chelmsford survive? That's the question I asked at the meeting when I proposed. And that's when we found out, Counselor, there's 100,000 in legal in this department. There's 20,000 in settlements. They're scattered. It's not confined. So while it looks like they're saving money, in many cases they're not. And in most cases, they're not getting the level of service. So I've said enough. I'm not for this for those reasons. Thank you.
I know I said I'm done, but I just wanted to add one thing on the subject specifically of, well, why do we have to contract out for these legal services still, even though we have in-house legal counsel? I'm sure most of us here have heard the old joke where, you know, a plumber comes to look at a malfunctioning boiler, whacks it with a wrench, and then submits a bill saying $500. The homeowner says, $500? All you did is come out here and whack it with a wrench. Can I get an itemized bill for this? 2 days later, gets a bill in the mail, says, striking your boiler with a wrench, $50. Knowing where to hit it, $450. And that is why we pay our in-house counsel, even though we sometimes need to contract out, because a big portion of what we get from them is knowing when we're going to need outside expertise and what area of law is even being involved. You know, who do we call? Who are we going to need? I do the same at Research Results, where I am general counsel. It's very frequent that I handle the day-to-day stuff, but if we have a specialty issue, what I do for the company is pick up the phone and call a firm that I know of that does the work we need to do and run the relationship between the company and that firm. So anyway, Councillor Kuchar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This, again, is very close to me as an attorney as well. You know, you Mr. President, you kind of stole my thunder as well as, Mr. Councillor Di Natale. But, you know, unfortunately, the cuts that were proposed just show that, through no fault of their own, the ignorance of the legal field that these two, neither Councillor Cruz nor Van Hazinga is an attorney, and I don't fault them. You know, trust me, I understand that it gets confusing. You know, why are we paying all this? You know, because if we're just going to contract out, or, you know, oh, look, here's Leominster's budget. Oh, look at Leominster's budget. You know, the shining city on the hill, they only pay a quarter. You know what this means? Exactly that. It means nothing. City Solicitor Pusateri, I would probably say about 90% of the time, sits through the city council meeting. You're not going to get that with a private firm. He has to, you know, listen to the pontificating bloviation of some of these councilors, you know, that just want to talk.
Point of order. Point of order. My goodness.
Yeah, let's avoid the personal.
There was no personal attack.
Not on an individual. I know you didn't name anyone.
You could blame me too. You could blame
All
me
right.
too. Okay, but in order to get their name,
Your point is made.
their face on TV. Okay, so you know, with Mr. Pusateri sitting here, and we could be here until midnight tonight, and I'm sure he'd probably be here, you know, to answer any questions. You know, many times we're here late into the evening. Now, are you going to have an attorney sit here to just on the off chance that somebody might have a legal question? Are you going to pay them $400, $500, $600 an hour to sit here for 6 hours in order to be able to answer one counselor's question? It's asinine. So, no, I will not vote for this. But and Councilor Di Natale was correct. You know, a lot of the Leominster's line items, you know, each department has its own legal fund. So, you know, it may look like, oh, look, I printed out the legal department's, you know, budget from Leominster, and oh, they're so much cheaper. No, it's the smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. So, absolutely not. There's no way that I'm going to vote for this.
Councilor Fleming.
Yeah, I want to echo what Councilor Kucha, President Zarella, and Councilor Di Natale said. I also want to quote something that many of these councils have said. You need to keep the pay competitive to attract the right skills for the job. So with that, I think we're very fortunate to have an in-house attorney who not only knows the law, but knows the town, knows the people, knows every square inch of this city inside and out. There's a song, I Feel Like a Number. Well, when you go with these big firms who don't know you personally, that's what you are. You're just a number. And they'll get to you when they get to you. So I'm not in favor of this cut and privatizing this. So I am going to vote against this.
Thank you. Councilor Cragen.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of this cut because I see firsthand what our city solicitor does to support our city and really protect us. And with that, I'd like to move the question and make everyone aware that it is now 7:30 and we're not halfway through. So just wanted to do a little time check and move the question, please.
Mr. President, no one has even spoken twice yet.
Councilor, you can move the question at any time if there is a second. Is there a second? All right, I have a motion and second. May I have a roll call, please, for a 2/3 vote?
This is to move the question.
Yes.
Councilor Di Natale.
No.
Councilor Fleming.
No?
Councilor Green.
Yes.
Councilor Schultz.
No.
Councilor Squalia.
Nay.
Councilor Van Hassinger.
No.
President Zarella.
No.
Councilor Bolsherman.
No.
Councilor Kucher.
Yes.
Councilor Cragen.
Yes.
Councilor Cruz.
No.
Right. 8 to 3 no. 8 noes, 3 yeses.
All right, thank you. Right. All right, so motion fails, and next I have Councilor Van Hassinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The civil rule that if you have limited dollars to spend, you have to be careful about how you spend your dollars. And it's worthwhile looking at if other communities are spending a lot less on their legal expenses, why are we spending more and is it worth it? My homework for this cut, I spoke to a city councilor in Leominster and asked about their arrangement with legal services. And they did confirm that the $185 is a reflective number of what it costs. And they also confirm that they have absolutely no complaints with the services that they receive through this arrangement. It works perfectly. Or, no, perfectly may be the wrong word. It works sufficiently to get the job done.
That's not true. Councilor Squalia?
I just want to add that I very much appreciate Councilor Cruz and Councilor Van Hazinga bringing this proposal to the forefront and allowing us to have this discussion. I know I've brought it up in the past of the potential for privatization or outsourcing of the solicitor service. However, I will not be supporting these cuts, as I believe that if the mayor chooses to utilize the solicitor, and an assistant city solicitor, and have it in-house in the city as he has chosen, I believe that that should be his prerogative. So I won't be supporting these cuts, but I appreciate very much bringing this to the forefront, and I would urge the city to consider ways that we can outsource a lot of these in-house services. Thank you.
Councilor Schultz?
It's been my experience over the years that contracted services don't always do what they say they're going to do, and the prices keep going up, they keep escalating. I'm just wondering if Councilor Cruz or Councilor Van Hazinga asked that city councilor that you talked to, did you ask about whether or not some of these expenses were baked into other departments in Leominster? Because that's something I think I've heard over the years that they do to spread the costs out.
From my conversation, it was confirmed that the $185 is reflective of the true legal cost of the city. And it's, well, budgeted $185, typically under that amount.
I yield the floor.
Councilor Brochman?
Mr. Chair, I can tell you one thing. If we found it out, we get a higher bill than that, because I'm always calling them up to ask them questions. So I'm not afraid to say it. I'm the guy that calls them up at all hours of the night to make sure about this question. I know the mayor gets mad, but so what? But I do call them up a lot. I do, honest to God, I do. I call them up quite a bit. I even called him up in church one day, and he was talking to God.
Higher authority than a judge.
Yeah. All right. Do I have any further comments, or do I have Councilor Cruz? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of clarifying things. It was stated that 1/3 of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth, uses privatized attorneys. That's not the case. It's 1/3 uses this one company. So we don't have the actual numbers for how many use outsourced legal fees, legal attorneys. I also want to say that a company like this, some comments have been made about, what do you get bang for your buck? This company, this one particular company specializes in all sorts of law, all areas of law. We spent $250,000 in the last fiscal year on outside counsel, and we spent over $1 million in settlements. If we had a firm that specialized in an extensive array of law, we might have avoided these. That's over $1 million. We could have paved the road. We could have used this money. I yield the floor.
Councilor Fleming. Go ahead.
I apologize. And one more clarification. It was also said that the numbers, we don't know the actual numbers. I stated the actual numbers. In the last 3 fiscal years, the city of Leominster saved $80,000. It went back into the general fund that they didn't use for this legal counsel.
Their budget is what I said. Councilor Fleming.
Okay, correct me if I'm mistaken, but you pay a company like this a certain fee, but when they go to court and things like that, that's all icing on the cake that is going to be added to your bill. So am I correct?
If you go to court,
that would be correct.
Go to court. So the expenses could actually be equal, is what I'm saying.
Can I clarify?
Go ahead.
When you contract legal services, you pay for the services provided, which includes going to court. So the $185 budgeted includes everything, including if they have to go to court. Because you're not paying them $185, here, provide us legal services. You sign a contract for the services, and there's a rate for the time that they spend doing the service. That includes going to court, that includes reviewing special permits, that includes a wide array of services. So the city of Leominster, for example, because I talked this through, gets an itemized bill for all of the work the firm does. And then the city is billed for that work that's done. That total cost comes to less than $185. And we are budgeting $336,000. I'm sorry, $185,000. We're budgeting $336,000.
But we also have the expert of the city here. We don't have someone who doesn't know us. So you pay for that.
When the hours go over? Can I ask that?
It's like any,
Mr. President, back and forth here.
Yeah, let's have one person speaking at a time, but not yet. Hang on, you're not next on the list. I gotcha. Councilor Kuchar.
Thank you. I would like to ask my question to Councilor Van Hazinga, who proposed the cuts. What happens when you go over, the time in court that is allotted for out of that money? You get charged again. Okay, so I mean legally that's what happens. When you say, okay, the retainer is $10,000, but the time in court goes to over $15,000, you think the city of Leominster is just going to be like, we're not going to pay that extra $5,000. We're not going to pay that extra $10,000 because that attorney went well over his time frame in court. When you're sitting in court, you're at the mercy of the judge. You could be there all day. You could be there for 10 minutes. And again, you're not in the courtroom. You don't know what the legal services mean. I don't fault you for that. Trust me, I don't. And in regards to Councilor Cruz about we spent over $1 million in settlements, and maybe if we contracted this company, maybe that would have saved us some money. Well, there's a big difference between settlement in regards to how much you're going to spend versus how much you're going to settle for. And that's one thing that, and I know, President Zarella, you're as an attorney, as well, the cost of defense versus settlement. And that's something that has to be taken into consideration, whenever there's a settlement. In fact, we've sat through many executive sessions where we're like, okay, well, we can either go to trial or we can settle. So just because, okay, if there is a settlement proposed, well, how much are we going to spend versus how much are we going to pay out? If we take this case to trial and we lose, it could be $5 million, but the plaintiffs would accept $100,000 for settlement. That happens more times than not when you're working on a case. How much exactly you're gonna spend versus settle. So it's not the attorney. Mr. Pusateri does a phenomenal job, but there are some things that you need to contract out for. And instead of just contracting, Mr. Pusateri can handle most of the stuff, but when you're in a big name case, and there is more detail than Mr. Pusateri can handle, and we need outside counsel, okay, that's when you bring in the big guns. All right, but just to say, well, you know what, we're not going to have a legal department anymore. That's going to handicap us. We're not going to be able to contact Mr. Pusateri. We're going to have to then call KP Law, whatever firm that we go to, and get billed hourly. And with Mr. Boschman calling every day or every other day, that's going to lead to a pretty big bill. And our job is to take a look to see what exactly is in the best fiscal interest of the city, and keeping the city solicitor on staff is definitely within the city, is well within the benefit of the city. So, again, this cut means nothing. It's ridiculous.
Councilor Giantelli.
Just to clarify, I made the comment that this is what I was told 10 years ago. If things have changed, then fine. But, we had municipal government employees from outside cities and towns show up at the meeting and confirm exactly what I said. So what I said is not inaccurate. It was accurate at that time. Things have changed? Fine. I don't know that, and I'm not going to point to one city or town as proof that it's changed everywhere. I thank for the clarification on the 1/3. No one has been able to tell me how many cities and towns of the 351 employ a private firm. Now, 10 years ago, the number was 28%, meaning 72% did not. I don't know what that number is today. But I also did a lot of research myself 10 years ago. And so my opinion and my position is rooted in that instance 10 years ago. coupled with all the other factors I mentioned that aren't being considered when we talk about this, that have already been thoroughly addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the cut.
Second?
I have a motion and second to approve. We're taking the shaded 3 cuts as a package here, unless there's any objection to that. All in favor?
Aye.
In opposition? Motion fails 2-9. Next, we have Councilor Giannatalli, $10,000 cut to a $20,000 line item for legal costs and expenses in the Assessor's Department.
Withdrawing.
Any objection? None. All right, the cut is withdrawn. Councilor Giannatalli, cut of $73,736 to a line item of the same amount for an accountant in the auditor's office.
Withdrawing.
Objections? Seeing none, it is withdrawn. Councilor Giannatalli, help desk technician, a cut of $30,342 to a line item of $60,684 in the Information Technology Department.
Withdrawing.
Objections? Seeing none, it is withdrawn. Councilor, if you'd like to state...
I will state, Mr. President, if there are no objection, that I withdraw everything through... Well, actually, I withdraw everything with my name attached to it.
Any objections? All right, we will skip the remainder of Councilor Giannatalli's proposed cuts. In that case, the next up is a $40,000 cut to a $40,000 line item for a PR communications contract in the Community Development Department, which is now being sponsored solely by Councilors Squalia and Van Hazinga. Whichever of you would like to go first, you may.
Would you care to go first, Councilor Squalia, or would you like me to introduce?
Go right ahead.
All right. So, as I mentioned in times before, we're $2.8 million short in our budget. So we have to look at our spending. One of the first things to look at is what are we spending on new projects, services, employees, anything like that. And this is a new expense. And I do not disagree that this is valuable and is needed, but if we don't have the money to spend, we shouldn't spend it. And that's my sole reasoning behind this.
Thank you. Councilor Squalia?
I echo Councilor Van Hazinga's sentiments, and I would urge community development to look into hiring interns for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Giannatalli. Actually, first, I'd like to ask, is there any comment from the Community Development Department on this?
Thank you. My name is Liz Murphy. It is hard for the city to keep up with sharing all of the news of the good things and all the development that's happening in Fitchburg. So this was intended to at least be a gesture towards starting to increase our ability to share that information, particularly through social media, which is so hard to keep up with, but also just generally press releases and other means of making sure that we're getting the word out. Ideally, I think it should be a full-time staff person and not a contract, but this was just intended to start the ball rolling. I do think it's needed, but I understand the City Council's position on this.
Thank you. Councilor Giannatalli.
We keep hearing the term that we're $2.8 million in the hole. No, we are not. We were just told an hour and a half ago that the $800,000 is gone, and the balance is the snow and ice removal, which is not a real hole, as I explained thoroughly already, and the $1.3 million in free cash. It is being utilized as a stopgap measure during a situation that calls for it, which is an appropriate use of that money, just like it was 2 of the last 3 fiscal years. So I want the public to understand from a financial standpoint, we are not in a hole. We can't pass a budget where we're in a hole. Any hole we were in has been closed. I maybe jumped the gun in removing this one. The rest I am, but this one, I wanted to hear from Ms. Murphy what the rationale was, so sorry I withdrew this one from my name. I mean, this cut that I put on the page was for two reasons, because it was brand new and I wanted to defer for a year, but it was under the pretext of that $800,000 school deficit, which is the real deficit, not 2.8. And that $800,000 has been thoroughly and utterly addressed as no longer being valid.
Good kid.
And therefore, to get to that $800,000 number, I saw it necessary to include this because it was new and never before used, and I thought we could get through it another year. I still probably feel that way, but I want people to understand why I put it on the page myself. It was to assist in getting to that $800,000 number. Now that we don't need to do that anymore, I've withdrawn all of my other cuts, it's kind of futile at this point because I'm not going to go to my constituents and say, hey, I cut $40,000 from a budget of $160 million. What did it accomplish? Nothing. But if we really don't need this right now as a critical measure, this one's a hard one for me to stomach considering the other areas of need we have that $40,000 could cover. So on this one, I may support this cut because, not because we're in a hole, because we're not, but because for right now, we have more pressing needs, in my opinion, we need to address. And you said it yourself, Ms. Murphy, that this is not ideal. It's a starting point. Well, maybe we need to start it next year and not have it this year and move that money somewhere else for the time being. That's just my opinion. I understand your position. So I haven't decided yet, but that was my rationale for why I put this on here. That no longer applies. Thank you.
Councillor Cragan.
Sure. This was an interesting one because when I read the suggestions, the report on where the city needs improvement or expansion in certain departments, I certainly thought that the communication piece was rightfully mentioned. And I have many conversations with residents as well as people owning businesses who are now marveling at the state of expansion of businesses here, particularly restaurants. And I think that we are doing as good a job as we can promoting these things, but there is no one for whom that task is their sole job. The mayor, Natalia, Joan David, thank goodness for our Chamber of Commerce, Johnny Appleseed, Guide, et cetera. We don't have anyone tasked to that. And I'll give you an example. Back when the Sentinel was actually covering government and schools, there was a perception that the Sentinel was only writing angry and mean things about our schools, and this is going back to 2009. Well, they actually had, a newsroom at the building, and they had reporters going to meetings, and the reality was that we got very positive coverage when you looked at all the pieces, because I, on the school committee, added all of those up. Right now, I can tell you that any good positive information that goes out about planning efforts, with Executive Director Murphy, are the result of, it's pretty self-generated. The local media doesn't cover it. Thank goodness for FATV. This is sort of a round the way of saying is that I am in support of this position because I think it is a needed piece for where we are now. 3 years ago, we did not have all of these new businesses here. These new businesses are what we are and what we do. The position could make an amazing difference, and I think that having a contract person on wouldn't be as forceful as someone on staff for whom it was their assignment. Newspaper reporters are used to writing 2 to 3 stories a day. And when you're writing press releases, you can write a lot more than that. So Godspeed on this one. I do support it.
Councillor Green.
My question to you, Ms. Murphy, is as a department head, is there a particular subject matter, a particular area in PR that you yourself feel is lacking? Or do you feel that, In-Town Fitchburg, Chamber of Commerce, the Guide, all the other, God forbid me say it, social media outlets that we have availed to us, are they doing a well enough job now to keep you in the loop or to keep people informed of what's happening as far as community development? Or where would you best utilize or tap into what we already have in place if we had to suspend this until 2024?
Sorry, was that two questions? What would I use it for, and what would I do instead?
Correct. If you didn't get, if this wasn't awarded to you.
Yeah.
I don't want to say taken away because it hasn't been awarded yet. But if we weren't not able to award that position or contract to you, do you still feel like with your staff in place and what you do, are there enough media outlets to let our public know what's happening in our community as far as development?
I think that we do an okay job at, and I say okay because I know that there are folks in, especially out of the mayor's office, as well as community development, that are really going overtime trying to keep up with posting on social media and making sure that the word gets out, particularly about events. I think we should be looking at the bigger picture of all of the other different activities that happen through the municipal government. We should be sharing more information about the recreation activities that are growing. And I know the recreation department has some opportunity to do that. But we could be doing a much better job talking about all the different development that's ongoing. We could be doing a better job of just showcasing the good street work that does get done, the new sidewalks that do get finished. I know that we are challenged in being able to support and keep up with all of the work that needs to be done, but when we do something that benefits the city, we should be celebrating it. And I do feel like we have to sometimes make decisions about, do I get this grant finished? Do I get this other thing done? Or do I do the PR? Do I do the social media at 8 o'clock at night when I'm sitting at my house? Or do I do it during my work day when that's when I'm supposed to be doing my work? So those are the kind of decisions that we make without having somebody specifically to do this. And I think the bigger burden is actually on the mayor's office, who tries to keep up with this, than community development.
Thank you.
Councilor Squalia.
Thank you. Just to clarify to the public, when we're talking about these cuts, and when councilors are talking about being in the hole, we're talking about planning on using free cash to balance the budget. And, the fact that, the mayor noted that we actually budgeted $900,000 for a hotel, but we're actually getting $1.4 million. And we actually budgeted $626,000 for new growth, but we're actually getting $893,000. This is every single year. Every year we plan, if you look at our budget on page 52, right, the actual budget for FY20, the receipts that we got, $12.3 million. What we budgeted, $9.6 million. That's how we get all this free cash. So us being in the hole means that we're planning to use the free cash we know we're going to get. We know we're getting that because we under budget we underestimate the amount of revenue that we get. It's a state thing, it's an auditor thing, it's to make sure that we are not in the hole. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I hear, oh, we're all set, and that's not true. This is what we do every single year. This is very common. Thank you.
Councilor Gianitali.
What I said was we're using existing money already on hand, so we're not in a hole. A hole is when you don't have the money on hand. That's the $800,000. We have the money, so we're not in a hole. And if anybody who has a problem with the way the budget's been working, where's the $1.3 million in cuts from this package to close that gap, supposedly? the people that are making these comments did not put anything even close to that. Councilor Van Hazinga, he made he put a lot on there, credit to him. But others who are against this package or are frequently against this package, they leave out a critical piece. What would they do differently? And you get crickets, because they can't do any better. And so all that free cash we were just lectured on, we look at this in totality. If we didn't have adequate free cash in this city, then we wouldn't be able to invest $11.8 million into the DPW, $8.7 million into the schools, $3.5 million into police, $4.2 million into the fire department, and increase our stabilization fund, which was $10,000 15 years ago, to now $9 million. Because cities conservatively project budgets. It's an art, it's not a science. Private sector does the same thing. Because if we're too aggressive and we have nothing left, what do? Now, that's why you got to look at this in totality. And, our sister city next door, who, when you walk across the boundary, you get a lift of spirit because it's so wonderful there. They have way more free cash every year than we do. Way more. And they still tax their people to the max. No one ever says anything about that, though. Thank you.
Councilor Schultz.
Yeah, Liz, I was just wondering, the suggestion that Councilor Squire made about getting an intern. Do you think that might be a viable option to get an intern and save the $40,000 this year?
I think a more viable option would be a paid intern. And asking, and I know that FSU has moved into the direction of looking to get their interns paid, but you get limited periods of time because, obviously students are only in session for certain times, and interns sometimes are full-time, sometimes they're part-time, maybe they're 10 hours a week. So it's hard to predict exactly what kind of level of service we could get from an intern, but I do think that could be an option.
That would be a savings, I would assume.
I don't know the answer to what it would cost.
You haven't investigated that?
I've never investigated that, yes.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I'll just say, prior to the mayor's statement earlier tonight, I may have supported this cut for the reasons that my colleagues have already stated. Just that, it's a necessary thing, but if we were really trying to scrimp and save, it's something that we have done without and could do without another year. But currently, I am not going to support the cut because we can afford it and it's badly needed. In fact, going forward, my only question would be, and it's a rhetorical question, but it would be, should this even be just under community development, or should we have a member of the City Hall general staff whose sole job is to handle announcements and PR and communications for all departments? I know that the clerk's office has a need for better elections communications and voter registration communications. I'm sure that every department head here could list some way in which their department could be improved by a better channel of communication with the public. So all this is by way of saying I'll support this position tonight, and in the future, as our budget rebounds, which I'm certain it will, I would love to see a full-time position doing nothing but communications for the city. It's badly needed, and honestly, I've thought that it's badly needed for a long time. It's just that it's always, where are we going to put it? Where are we going to find the money? So going forward, I hope to see this expand, not contract. But again, if we were in the position that we thought we were in when we walked into this chamber tonight, then yeah, I would sympathize with the rationale for the cut, reluctantly. But as it stands, I don't think we need to. Any further comments on this? Councillor Brochman.
I'm going to support the cut. I look at it this way. I got an economic person here that the city hires, and I thought that was part of her job. And I got Johnny Appleseed here for $50,000. And what better way for them to promote the city of Fitchburg for $50,000? So on this cut here of $40,000, I'm going to stand behind Andy on that and support it. I think at this present time, the answer would be no on my aspect of it. Economic and Johnny Appleseed, you can't ask for a better team right there. And they'll promote Fitchburg, like the man told me today. Right, Trevor? So that's how I look at it, and I'll support him on this one. I felt bad I didn't support him, but I'll support you on this.
Further comments on this proposed cut? Do I have a motion?
Make a motion, we support the cut.
Second.
Motion and seconds to make the cut of $40,000 to the line item of $40,000, leaving zero remaining for the PR communications contract in the Community Development Department. All in favor?
Aye.
7 in favor. Opposed? 4 in opposition. Motion passes 7-4. Now, before I proceed, I realized that after Councillor Di Natale withdrew his cuts in their entirety, I should go down the list of departments again to make sure that we're not holding anyone up who no longer needs to be here. So we have now still on the list Fire Department, Senior Center, Recreation Department, and Johnny Appleseed Center. Anyone who is not on that list is no longer required to be here, but is welcome to stay. All right, so next we have a pair we have 2 variations on the same cut. Councillor Brochman proposing cutting 2 full-time firefighters, and Councillor Van Hazinga proposing a cut of 1 full-time firefighter. As with the issue of the council's travel and education budget, we will go, when this comes to a vote, we will go in order. We will vote on the cut of 2 first, and if it fails, we will go to the cut of 1. Just to be clear, this is not a proposal for a total cut of 3. It's only 2 or 1. That being said, I will ask Councillor Brochman to first present the rationale for his cut.
The rationale is I felt at this time, and I felt prior, and I know the chief, I talked to the chief, and we had a good time. As a matter of fact, before we started, I just wanted to tell you, we were joking around in there, and he laughs very hearty, and I talk very loud, and one of his people ran down the hall. They thought we were fighting, and we opened the door. So I just wanted to let you know. But I did tell the chief about this cut that I did propose, and I feel strongly about the cut at this present time. I think at this present time, we don't need these 2 positions. We're not hurting nobody. I made the cut because I'm not cutting no jobs. I'm just cutting 2 unfilled positions. That's not going to hurt anybody. And I think we ought to sit back and look at the thing. I know some of the council are going to say we already budgeted for it. Well, like I said before, when I asked for suspension of the rules, when I didn't want to hire that person a month ago, to wait to after the contract, and you all voted against the suspension, and I couldn't bring it up because he had his family here, and I didn't want to hurt his feelings or the family. So, but I did do it here, that I feel strongly about the cut. I don't think at this present time, manpower-wise, we can afford it. That's how I feel. And they get $550,000 worth of overtime. It's cheaper than hiring 2 people. That's how I look at it, benefit-wise and everything else. And I let the chief, because I like to hear what the chief has to say, if you don't mind.
We'll go to Councillor Van Hazinga first, and then we'll go to the chief.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not making the argument that firefighter is not needed. I'm sure it absolutely is. My argument is that when we have limited dollars, we have to be wise how we spend them. As I mentioned at our previous thing, that the first thing when you have to do cuts is you look at what is new spending. Once you go through that, the second thing you look at, okay, what are currently unfilled positions? What are current vacancies? Can we delay hiring? And that's what I'm proposing here. Currently, we have 2 vacancies in the fire department? 2 vacancies in the fire department. My proposal would be to delay hiring one of them. I'm not saying that the department does not need it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't ever have this. I'm saying let's hold on a little bit. And if we're in a situation where we do a supplemental budget in September, and it turns out we do have additional funds available to close this gap, I would absolutely entertain hiring the position at that time. But I'm not trying to single out the fire department or any of the departments I'm proposing cuts. It's just that in a time where spending is increasing faster than our ability to pay for the spending, we have to be careful and we have to be cautious, because we're not just working on the budget for this year, we're setting up the spending for next year, that we need the city's finances to be stable and sustainable over the future years. That's my reasoning.
All right. We have here with us this evening both the fire chief and the president of the Firefighters Union. I would invite either or both of them to make remarks at this time.
So am I to believe that the other proposal to cut the stipends, is that on record and still being proposed?
My understanding, Chief, is that the proposed cuts to stipends were only associated with those positions. The line items for stipends would decrease because the positions would decrease.
Okay, so no need to address that, but I'll just address the 2 positions. Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President and council members, and thank you all for giving me the chance to speak on this very important matter. I know that you guys have a long and busy night, so I'll try to move through my points as quickly as I can. I'd also like to add that I'm going to simplify and review some common budgetary and bargaining procedures and some of our fire department routines and practices. And it's not necessarily for the council itself, but for others in this room and people at home watching, so that I'm sure that they understand my explanations. Most of you have years, if not decades, of experience on these matters, so I just ask that you bear with me.
Certainly.
I'd like to start by saying that I understand the concerns that are being expressed regarding this coming year's fiscal budget, and I also sympathize with the list of proposals that are here before us tonight, including the 3 or the 2 that are cuts that are proposed regarding the Fitchburg Fire Department. I believe, if I counted correctly, there are 37 proposed cuts, and the intention of every one of those cuts is to save money. There's no other reason associated with this proposed cuts other than finances. And I overstate that point because when I get to the proposals of cutting our budget in regards to the Fitchburg Fire Department, I think you'll see that fiscally they just don't make sense. So the proposed cuts that are in front of us tonight for the Fitchburg Fire Department is to not fill 1 or 2 of the current vacant positions that we currently have. These vacancies are due to resignations. 2 firefighters left, so these are not new positions that we're adding. These are just 2 positions that we're going to fill because firefighters left. And now I'd like to see them filled so I can bring up my staffing back up to full. This process is very common. We do this every year. We've completed and repeated this 7 times over the last 15 months. So this is not unusual, but rather common. As I stated earlier, the proposed cuts are exclusively a financial matter. I state this again because I'd like everyone to understand that not filling these positions will not save the city any money. The reason being that our minimal staffing will remain the same. Our minimal staffing will not change, regardless if we fill these positions or not. At a minimum, we still have and still need to have 16 firefighters on duty at all times. The number 16 firefighters is not determined by me or past chiefs. This number is determined by numerous factors, such as the standards that are set by the National Protection Association, the National Fire Protection Association, and also the National Institute of Standard and Technology, the population of the city, and the geographical makeup of the city, just to name a few. And at 16, we are just slightly meeting these standards. So whenever we fall below 16, we always need to hire overtime to bring that staffing right back up to 16. With these positions, if they're not filled, obviously we're going to be hiring a lot more overtime. This overtime will be filled on a regular basis, And when it's filled, it will be at time and a half, not straight pay, such as we pay to a firefighter's regular salary. And I'm going to explain that this is just not a rare occurrence at all. Unfortunately, over the last year, we've had a lot of long-term absences due to illnesses and injuries. Every time that one firefighter from the four groups, every time that one of the groups loses a firefighter, long-term, the overtime in that group skyrockets. Overtime in a group that is one firefighter down increases by a minimum of 3 times. This is a huge cost of the department and the city, and now we're proposing to cut 2 more positions, so there'd be 2 groups that are down 1 firefighter apiece. This is one reason why health and wellness is so vital to our service and why we promote it so much. The cost associated with overtime due to the reduction of 1 firefighter translates to much higher costs than the firefighter's salary itself. There is no cost savings by not filling these 2 positions. On the contrary, overtime costs will exceed the salaries cost by nearly 30% by not filling each of these vacant positions. An example that I have here, I'm sure a lot of you remember, firefighter Marty Kukala. He was unfortunately sick towards the end of his career. In his quarterly, his last 3 months of service from November, December, and January, his group was down 1 firefighter. That cost $35,121 to that group, compared to another group that that was fully staffed and was not down any firefighters. Their cost was $8,667 for those 3 months. That's a huge difference. That's more than 3 times. That's more than 4 times. When you do the numbers, that overtime they had just been down once is nearly $130,000 that it would cost that group over the year. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, why don't we just lower the manning? Also, 16 firefighters is the absolute minimum that we can have at all times, so we can't lower the staffing. With 16 firefighters on duty, we meet some of the national standards, such as response times, but not all standards, such as staffing. These standards are set by agencies, such as the National Fire Protection Association and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. With 16 firefighters on duty, that allows us to staff 3 fire engines at 3 different stations across our city. This, in turn, allows us to respond within 4 minutes of any call within the city, 90% of the time, which is an NFPA standard. A reduction in our minimal staffing would result in closing one of our stations. That's a decision that I would have to make, do not want to make, for obvious reasons. One is the number 1 priority for a firefighter is life safety, and not ours. It's everybody that's in this room, the residents of Fitchburg. They come first. They're the ones that would suffer the most. After that, we would be completely non-compliant with NFPA standard 1710. So right now, we are meeting some of the standards that are set by national agencies. If we ever reduced it, where our manning came from 16 to 15, we wouldn't meet any of the national standards that are out there today. So not only can we not afford to lose these 2 positions, but I'm going to argue that we really need to begin to add positions so we can fully meet the national standards as some of the cities that are our size do today. I met with the mayor and his team earlier in this year, and we discussed at great lengths on how we could possibly add 4 new positions. We all agreed that these positions are needed, but at the time it just wasn't feasible. Obviously, these 4 positions did not come about, but we continue to talk, and I'm still very hopeful that 1 or more of these positions will be created in the near future. So before I finish, I want to just point out that comparing apples to apples, cities around us, our size, and what their staffing model is, and how busy and how big their cities are. And Leominster has been thrown around a lot tonight, and I use them as a reference also. So Leominster, which we all know is very similar to Fitchburg in many ways. Leominster's population is 44,000. Ours is 42,000. They have 83 firefighters compared to our current 79 positions. They have a minimum manning of 19 at all times. We have it at 16. Fitchburg responds to roughly 2,000 more calls than Leominster does on a yearly basis. Chelsea has a population of 39,000 compared to our population of 42. They have 106 firefighters compared to our 79. They respond to 6,000 calls annually, almost 7,000, to our 12,000 calls. So you can see that Fitchburg Fire, the men and women that wear the uniform, really do more with less when compared to other similar cities. So lastly, I just want to summarize the information that I shared, and that's by not replacing one or two of the current vacant positions, we will not save any money. The city will not save any money due to the need of maintaining that minimum manning. That minimum manning will be paid in overtime at a rate that's time and a half as compared to straight time, as a regular member would be. And lastly, that minimal staffing cannot be lowered from all those examples that I gave earlier. And actually, in my opinion, needs to be raised, and not just my opinion, but national standards say it too. So we can meet those standards just as the other cities of similar size are meeting today. Again, thank you all for your time. I know that you all have a very busy night tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Kuchar.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chief, for explaining that. I am not in favor of these cuts because, honestly, I believe it's penny wise and pound foolish. So just as a basic calculation, just in regards to the 2 full-time firefighters, even the 1 full-time firefighter, so it's projected that we would save $130,000, give or take some change, $137,000 if we did not fund these full-time firefighters. Now, that's a base salary, is that correct?
That salary right there is base salary, but that does include some of the incentives. That includes pager and recall pay. Mm-hmm. There are 13 holidays that they get, and also their EMT incentives.
So even if we take it at a base salary,
base salary would be $53,923.
Right. So our projected cost for cutting these would be $195,000, give or take some, when start working in a time and a half type of a situation.
Can you say that again?
So combine the two, we would actually spend on a base salary $195,000. Instead of saving the $130,000, we'd actually be spending $195,000 on a base salary for overtime. Correct?
Correct.
So
and that's an estimate, but it's a fairly good estimate.
And that's not even including somebody who would take the overtime that wouldn't be getting base salary. So it could be exponentially more than that.
It could be. The figure that I used was the middle of the road because of exactly what you just said. So I didn't compare a step 1 firefighter's salary for overtime. I took middle of the road. I didn't take the highest. I didn't take the lowest. But still, it'll still be about $190,000.
So we'd actually be spending more making these cuts than we'd actually save.
Correct.
Thank you, Chief.
Correct.
Councillor Giantelli.
Again, with my historical perspective here, I remember when the fire department, former Chief Kevin Roy was before us, in 2009, where we cut the staff by 6 firefighters. And we were below the NFPA standard at that time by, I think, 2 or 3 per shift. We decimated the department. Just like the police, we decimated everybody. And I know that the NFPA standard, we were below the NFP standard all throughout the Wong administration, not by the previous mayor's doing, but that's the hole we dug ourselves in after her election, before her election, and we were treading water for most of that time. And then under the current administration, prior to you, Chief, when Chief Roy was still chief, we actually met the NFP standard finally. And then I know the standard went up again after that point. So when you say we're partially meeting it, we were fully meeting it, and now we're partially meeting it, but for the public's edification, we were not even close to even partially meeting it 10 years ago.
No.
So we've made significant progress in fully staffing adequately your office, your department.
Correct.
Other things that we were privy to at the time was firefighters don't just answer fire calls. They answer all calls, motor vehicle accidents, injuries. The calls are endless, and whether police officers are reduced or firefighters are reduced, it hurts the other department too, because the police and the fire are like joined at the hip. Less firefighters puts more danger on the police. Less police puts more danger on the firefighters. And certainly less firefighters puts more danger on the firefighters. And so my only confusion with this is Chief Martineau regularly tells this council that he has many unfilled positions in the police department that he is feverishly trying to fill, but there are vacancies that remain in his office. There are vacancies that are in Commissioner Erickson's department. I don't know why those two departments weren't touched based on the logic that we are in this big hole, which we're not anymore, but we're only going to focus on the fire department, but not the police and the public works and any other office that has vacancies. If we're going to entertain a reduction in a department due to a vacancy, why weren't the other departments touched? That's not a question for Council Bushman. It's a general question because there are vacancies that exist. And so from where I stand, it's nonsensical why the fire department was chosen and not the rest of them. But regardless, I obviously am opposed to these, and the plan that I put forward this evening before we learned the information didn't touch the fire department. And so I feel that if there is a real concern about meeting that $800,000 true deficit we have, there was a clear pathway to get to $800,000 through a combination of revenues being bumped up, because in my opinion they were grossly understated, and the expenses being reduced. We could have had a path. But now it's a moot point at this point. And so I don't understand, the reason why I withdrew all my reductions is because we don't have that $800,000 problem anymore. I don't find this necessary, even if we had it, is my point, because there's a path to get there that we no longer need. So I want to say this, though, in their defense, partially in their defense. We had an $800,000 problem on May 22nd that we were told. And so some of us put difficult proposals on this page that affect people. And so no one's doing a tap dance that they're happy about this. And so I hope the firefighter corps understands they don't need me to defend them, but I understand where they're coming from, in part.
And I do too, Councilor.
And I know that they didn't want to do this. And we were in a position where some of us probably felt like we had no choice. I disagree with just touching them and not everybody else. Absolutely. But touching anybody at all, I get. And so I hope that's understood. But for me personally, I had a plan that didn't do anything. So I just think this was unnecessary from the start. But I understand what motivated it, in part, was that deficit. So I'm not going to support these, regardless of if it's necessary or not, and it's not necessary, but the gap's been closed. We don't have to worry about this. We need to focus more on what these gentlemen are doing, and I'll just close with this. We see now, thanks to social media, what we didn't see 10, 15 years ago when I was on the council, what they do. Every week there's a thing on the Facebook page about the fires they put out. Greif paper, you know. I think we did mutual aid for Spencer recently with the cathedral. Correct. I mean, every other week there's a raging fire. If not in this city, somewhere else. And that's not even what they all do. They do more than that, you know. And I know that's understood by hopefully the great majority of people, but
yeah, I'd like to say that they do a lot more. Anybody that's come to our station, it's 23 years old, you can see the pride that we take in it. We have, you know, contractors, parcel deliveries, and they all say how nice and beautiful the station looks. It looks almost brand new. Half these guys here want to lynch me half the time because I force them to do all this stuff, but, it's all for
And
good
there was
reason, and they take pride in the station, they take pride in everything that they do.
There was a
I'm really
statement
proud of
made
them.
earlier about the budgeting practices in the city and the free cash. With respect to fire department in particular, the millions I mentioned about what we use free cash in your office for are almost entirely capital needs.
Correct.
Turnout gear, SBA compressors, Jaws of Life, a new pumper, and $1.4 million for a new ladder truck.
All right.
That's why we budget the way we do.
And if I can speak on that, Counselor, too, the SCBA's, that was $340,000. That was a grant that was written by a firefighter. We don't hire anybody to come write our grants. The pumper trucks, we had two pumper trucks, two pumper trucks at $535,000 that were granted to us.
One was city funded, one was federally funded,
The
I
last
believe.
two, correct.
Yeah, right.
The one before that
Yeah.
was through a grant also. One of our ladder trucks, the defunct now Ladder 2, was through a grant. At the time, that was $750,000. And also, in the last 12 years, we've written close to $2.7 million in money just for labor for firefighters.
Yeah.
And these are all written by us on our own time. We don't pay anybody to write these. So it's another financial savings that the firefighters put forward themselves on their own time to help the city. And we're happy to do it.
And let me just close with this, too, because the rationale continues to be stated that we're in this big hole. The hole that was created in our past, why that happened, was because the city was using continuous anticipated free cash that it didn't have in the millions to balance the budget with no stabilization fund. That's why that happened. And there have been 3 out of the last 4 years we've had to use current in-hand cash to cover a gap. And if, God forbid, we didn't have that cash on hand, where would we be here right now? We lose sight of that. And how much money is in stabilization? I remember this because the firefighters were key to this when we talked about reducing their personnel years ago. They would always point to us and go, well, what do you got in stabilization? And we'd say back to them, and then we don't have any stabilization. So all the unions, took it because we have $9 million in stabilization right now, or 8.5, somewhere around there. So even if there was this glaring hole, which does not exist, we have a financial cushion of almost $9 million in case, God forbid, there is a scenario which is unlikely where we need to find some money. That's the purpose of the stabilization fund. That's why the DOR recommends strongly we have it for emergencies like that. We don't want to be in that position, but sometimes we are put in that position. 15 years ago, we had bupkis. And so everybody got slashed to the bone. We don't have that concern now. We don't want to rest on our laurels because we don't have that concern, but we need to not lose sight of that stuff. Where we are today, far better than where we were a long time ago, even under current difficult circumstances.
Definitely.
And so this is unnecessary, and we need to just move on. I'll shut up. Yeah.
Before I go to Councillor Green, I do just want to note for the councillors and the public that as soon as we complete the deliberations and votes on the proposed cuts to the fire department, we will be taking a 5-minute recess. Councillor Green.
Thank you. I would never want to say to the public, sorry we couldn't save your house. Sorry we couldn't save your loved one's life because we didn't fund fully our fire department staff or any of our departments that are life-saving in nature. So I will never be in favor of not filling to the fullest level that we can fill both, fire, police, DPW, the essential services that keep our community safe. And with that, I spend a lot of time down at the Oak Hill Country, I wanted to say Oak Hill Country Club, the Oak Hill Fire Station, which is by far not a country club. So, very different. Not only, I recognize the need. Not only do we need to fill staffing positions, but at some point, I know, wink, wink, you should come before us and let us know that that fire station is going to need to be replaced and
Definitely.
or another fire station is going to need to be built. Because even though we love to continue to say that our population is only 40+ thousand people, we know that we are providing services for 50,000 plus services on all the essential departments that are required to maintain us safely and with proper infrastructure. So I just want to say that I commend any of the departments that, especially the fire and police, that are willing to save someone's life that you may or may not know, or run into a building, commercial or residential, an old mill, and put yourselves at life to keep us safe. So, and this has nothing to do with them not feeling the same way. That's not what I'm saying. But I will never be in support. We'll find the money to cut somewhere else besides from essential services and essential personnel. With that being said, I also want to mention the fact that, I know that we have firefighters on staff that are in ill will, that need help. You know what I mean? So that's where I want to be of service as a council. So I am not in favor of these cuts. I will never be in favor of cutting salary or personnel from essential services.
And just to let you know, on the issue of the Oak Hill Station, we have started the process, a new relocation for Oak Hill. We're working with John Jones from Lunenburg and with Trevor Benier from IT. And we're just starting to get the mapping up and going to find a location out in West Fitchburg that would be that would make the most sense. So that is something that we're already thinking about, and because we do see the need, as beautiful as that station is, it's just it's too small. It's not in the right location, especially with Great Wolf, the industrial parks. Game On being up there, we have to move it about 3, 4, 5 minutes further down the road for it to make any sense. So that we are working on it, Councilor, and I thank you for your support.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Councilor Schultz.
Yeah, I was hoping, Chief, that you could explain to the public and to the other councils the NFPA standards and what they mean to the fire department manning, the
Sure.
16 firefighters and so on. And
So NFPA 1710 is basically the standard when it comes to manning and responding to calls. So it's almost like a two-parter. When I started this, one part of this standard that we do meet is that we arrive on scene on average at 4 minutes or less 90% of the time. That's a standard. And where our stations are located, we're able to do that. As I spoke earlier, the reason that we have to move Oak Hill now is because we're going on a lot more calls towards Great Wolf, Game On, the industrial parks. Leaving Oak Hill Station, that's anywhere from 12 to 15 minutes. So by the end of the year, that average gets hurt. It slowly starts to creep up, and now we're going to go beyond it. By moving the Oak Hill Station a little further down, even if it's just a half a mile, that can knock off 5 minutes from our run times, which brings it back down to the average where we can meet it. The standard on manning the apparatus is a bit of a formula. So NFPA has 3 or 4 different variations on how they rate neighborhoods, cities, so on and so forth. There's a medium, low, and high. Fitchburg itself falls in about the medium category most of the time, because we have 3 families, we have 6 families, we have 12 families. A lot of fire departments around the area call us, the baby Worcester. We just have these tenements, and NFPA strikes those as a medium issue on the fire ground. That's why they say that we should be staffing our engines with at least 4 firefighters and our ladders with 4 firefighters. They also say at a medium hazard, so any 3 family, which we go to all the time if there's a fire, that we should have 28 firefighters on scene within 8 minutes. Fortunately for us, we do have great mutual aid with the city of Leominster, Lunenburg, Westminster. They watch our back, we watch theirs. So for the majority of the time, we can accomplish that with all our firefighters. So when we have a fire, that's the difference between us and other towns. If you compare us to just say a bigger town like Worcester, is when we have a fire, every one of our firefighters is going to be on scene and everybody's going to be working. Not only that, we're going to have to recruit Leominster, Westminster, Lunenburg, even Gardner to come down and give us a hand. So that NFPA standard says that we should have 28 firefighters on scene at a medium hazard fire, which is any multifamily house, which is a majority in Fitchburg or close to it. And that should be 28 firefighters within 8 minutes. Now, the 8 minutes is a bit of a stretch because Leominster is a ride, especially coming down Route 12. But for the most part, we do kind of get it done. So we're close, but not close enough.
And what are the ramifications of not meeting it, or coming even close to not meeting it?
Can you repeat that?
The ramifications of not meeting the standards.
Well, it's when you come up to a fire, if somebody's never been part of a fire department, it looks like chaos, but what we like to call control chaos. Everybody's got a task and an important task. The ladder company will go to the roof. They're not going to vent the roof until the engine company has a line inside the building and starts putting water on the fire. It's all calculated and it's all coordinated. As soon as you start losing companies, those specific tasks are not getting done. Not only are they not getting done, sometimes on time, sometimes they're not getting done at all because you have to wait for somebody. Just say mutual aid guy, an engine from Leominster that's 15 minutes away. So, they're pulling up to these buildings. They're going inside by themselves. They don't have the rescue team outside, which we call RIT. The building's not being vented if there's occupants inside, because like I said earlier, that's one of our first concerns for any fire department is life safety. Search and rescue is not being done. So it's very vital to the safety of everybody, especially the residents of Fitchburg, that we're manned properly and we have all the companies needed to perform the task at hand and complete them, efficiently and safely. So.
Yeah, I will not be supporting these cuts because I believe that, the overtime, like you stated earlier, is going to surpass the cost of the firefighter, so I will not support the cut.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't support this either. I've seen this department in action. I've heard stories of from fire survivors firsthand, from their parents who are grateful that their children are still alive because one of you pulled them out of a burning building. And the last thing we want is you having to do that job at the end of a long overtime shift. So I can't support this, and I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Cruz. Appreciate that.
And I'd like to add, well, I'll start off by saying I echo what the Chief and Councilor Di Natale said and what several of us have said, that nothing I'm about to say is intended to be a disparagement or even a criticism of the motives or mindset of the councilors who put these cuts forward. I understand the reasoning. However, I definitely will not be supporting them. Part of it is just the complete lack of savings. And I know when Councillor Boschman was introducing his cut, he mentioned, benefits and pensions. It's true, overtime doesn't pay additional pension and benefits, but that's a long-term thing. If the rationale is that we need to make cuts because this year's budget is tight, then the 1 year savings in pension and benefits is going to be trivial. And if the implication instead is that we should not fill these positions at all, that we should just downsize the department, that would be a whole other discussion, but not one that I could come even close to supporting. But then also on top of that, I think Councilor Cruz touched on it very briefly. I want to just highlight it because it's something that hasn't been talked about much, and I think it's something the public needs to focus in on. Let's say, hypothetically, that we could save a good amount of money by paying this through overtime rather than filling these positions. Let's say, hypothetically, that were the case. We're not just talking about overtime from a financial standpoint. We're talking about firefighters then who are working more hours when they already work very long shifts. And for their sake and for the sake of the people they're attempting to rescue, I don't want them going to a call tired. I don't want them going to a call having been called back after having done a full shift because we don't have anyone else to put on the next shift. We want them as fresh and as rested and as prepared as they can be, both to do a better job for the people of Fitchburg and so that we don't have to add any names to our line of duty deaths, so that we don't have firefighters who make a simple mistake just because they were too tired and don't make it out of the building. And again, I am not in any way, shape, or form implying that the two councillors who proposed these cuts are insensible to those concerns or have less concern for our firefighters than I do. That is not at all my point. I am certain that that is not the case. I just want to highlight that issue of practicality for the public, because the job that these firefighters do, we have many of them in the room this evening, I can't even fathom. I've had the privilege of talking with many of them and getting a sort of passive secondhand understanding that maybe exceeds what many people know about their job, but I can't even fathom doing the work that they do. Even the non-fire calls, I can't imagine taking on those responsibilities. But particularly the fire calls, if there is anything we can do as a city to make their job easier or safer or more efficient, we need to be doing it. So I won't be supporting either of these cut proposals. And I echo my colleagues who've said that I hope that sometime in the near future we can be talking about adding numbers. Councillor Brochman.
I want to say thank you. First of all, before I say anything, NFPA, who's it consist of? Is it all firemen that used to be firemen on this NFPA that makes the standard, or is it the average Joe on the corner?
It's a collection of engineers, firefighters, fire chiefs. It's a large committee that gets together, and legal, and then they write these standards.
So basically, it's all firemen that write the standard.
No,
that's what you're
it's
saying.
Legal and engineers.
And firemen, engineers, right?
Yeah, of course, yes. It's a firefighter
All right,
standard.
that's what I want. First of all, I want to make it very clear to everybody. I supported the firemen 99.9999% of the time. First thing I did for the chief in the back, the police chief, the counsel to my right was there. I'm going to cut two positions out of him. He was looking for 4. I said, I'm going to cut 2. Kelvin, and then he steps in, he says, Paul, you can't cut us. Okay, we got a grant, like the firemen did, where they're going to keep a certain number of employees there. So we can't cut them. When they came to a big layoff a couple of years ago, when we had a layoff throughout the city, one department throughout the city, one public safety got hit the hardest. One public safety. So when I hear some of you talk, and we say we're going to do everything here, What about the other public safety that maintains the roads and takes care of the bridges and fixes the roads? It's for our safety. They get hit. I feel this way about this cuts. I feel that we can wait on it. We should be waiting on it. It's not that I want to pick on the fire department. It's not that I understand how you feel. I appreciate everything you do. I believe, Council, if I can speak for you, you voted 100% of the time for everything. I voted 100% of the time. It's not that we're against you guys. It's just that I feel at this present time that I think we can hold off on these two positions. I feel that way. As in regards to the other cuts, I didn't make any other cuts. I was going to cut the recreational, but if we remember Nate LaRoche, we burnt him out, and he left because we burnt him out. That's why he left. He was burnt out. So, and I didn't cut any other positions in here because I don't like to lay off people. I don't like to lay off people if they're hired. I try not to do it. But this position and the one prior to that, and I think you knew what I was trying to do, to hold it off because I wanted to wait for the budget, was not to put them on two positions, not to put it on. And I feel this way, and I'm going to support my petition.
Okay. Councilor Van Hazinga.
Thank you. So we've talked about this for a very long time, and it's very clear that this motion is not going to pass. The majority of councilors have spoken against it. I'm fully aware of that. I just want to quickly just talk about staffing. I want to be clear to the public the effect of these proposed cuts would be. So you mentioned that you have 16 firefighters per shift on the trucks.
No, if we're at full, it's 19 firefighters per shift. 16 is the minimum.
Yeah, 16 is the minimum.
Right.
So that's 48 firefighters. The balance, you have 56, so it's another 8 firefighters. So you try to get to 3 extra, and that, as we talked about, is to account for not every firefighter is there every shift. You have days off, people get sick, other things. So there's a buffer.
Correct.
So there's not necessarily a one-to-one replacement of reduction of 1 FTE to that equivalent time in overtime. I fully acknowledge that there will be an increase in overtime, but this is not a one-for-one trade.
No, that won't happen every shift, but as the numbers I showed you, it doesn't take long for it to snowball, where that happens quite a bit. More in the winter, people aren't taking the time off. As soon as the summer and the nice weather comes around, and we're talking, anywhere from 7 to 8 months, as soon as those 3, so let me back up a second. Firefighters, we can only have 3 firefighters out at a time, 3 union members. So only 3 firefighters can be out on vacation or personal day at a time. Once they're out, they put themselves in for a vacation day. You have 1, 2, 3. Automatically, we're right down to 16. As soon as somebody calls in sick, that creates an overtime. When we don't fill these positions, that group is down to 18. As soon as 3 people are on vacation, we're automatically at an overtime area. We have to hire overtime. And when you're talking in this nice weather as it's coming up, anywhere from April to October, there are 3 people out almost every day because we have 19. They can't all be out at the same time. Some of these guys have to wait months before their days are put in and recorded into the vacation schedule. They put in, so now you're talking almost 7 months of straight shifts where at least 1 overtime is being hired. Now, as soon as somebody calls in sick, it turns to 2, 3, et cetera, et cetera. And that 1 overtime is the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Do I have a motion first on Councillor Boschman's proposal?
Excuse me, Mr. President, could I just say one thing?
Go right ahead.
I do want to thank Councillor Boschman and Van Hazinga because they did reach out to me. They met at my office, and we did have conversations about this. So they were very respectable, very professional. And as I started, my little presentation here today, I do sympathize. I know why these budget cuts were brought up, and I know why they're doing it. So there's no offense. I completely understand it. I don't agree with it 100%. But they did give me a call. We did meet, and we had a very respectful conversation with both of them. So I just wanted to thank them here in public for that.
Thank you.
Make a motion to not accept the cuts of both councilors.
Second.
I have a motion and second. This is on both cuts to reject the cuts. So just to clarify, we are doing the opposite of what we've been doing. A yes vote will reject the cuts. A no vote technically won't accept the cuts. A no vote will just leave it in front of us for a further motion. And just as a point of clarification, on your sheets, there need to be some numbers slightly amended based on information that was obtained from the chief earlier today by Councillor Van Hazinga. Councillor Boschman's cut, it's listed as 130,416. It would actually come to 107,846 for the salary itself. The other numbers will not change. And then for Councillor Van Hazinga's, it's listed as 63,849. It would actually be 53,923. Councillor Squalia.
On the motion, just procedurally, in past budget hearings, you have requested that when we make motions, we make them in the affirmative so that we avoid the confusion or complication of voting to reject or voting to approve.
Right. So technically, yeah, the requirement to make a motion in the affirmative is one of those really confusing rules sometimes. You can make a motion to deny a petition or to reject a cut as long as it's clear. The thing about making the motion in the affirmative is you don't want to make a motion to not accept or to not, because then that gets even more confusing. But it is appropriate to make a motion to reject or to deny when desired.
Yes.
But thank you for the question, Councillor.
Just saying, procedurally in the past, this is what you've requested.
Thank you. So, again, we have a motion and second to reject both proposed cuts. A yes vote will reject them. A no vote will leave it in front of us for a further motion. All in favor? In opposition?
Nay.
2 in opposition. Motion passes 9-2. And with that, we will take a 5-minute recess before proceeding to the further cuts, because we've been going for about 3 hours now, and I'm sure everyone could use a stretch and a restroom break.
Thank you, councilors.
4 p.m. We are now returning from recess. We have had a request to take the pool items out of order. If there is no objection, we will do so. Seeing no objection, we have cuts from Councillor Van Hazinga. I'm not going to read off every line item, but the gist of it is to keep the pool closed this season and cut all related line items. Councillor Van Hazinga?
Thank you. Pool is a wonderful resource we have in our city. I'm glad we're able to offer that to residents. In a perfect world, I'd absolutely want to fund this. I think this is a good resource, especially to families. I have kids. They love to go to the pool. It's just a simple matter. When you don't have the money, you can't spend it, and that's all. And as I've talked about the priorities of going through areas where you can cut, one is non-essential services. And as great a resource as it is, it's not essential. So in tough times, it's something that can be cut. And we could shutter it for this year and open it next year. And last year, the pool wasn't open that much. It was closed for much of the summer because we just simply couldn't hire staffing. So this isn't something that hasn't happened before. And I'll just leave it at that.
We're not going to council just yet. First, would our recreation director like to speak on this matter?
Yes. Hello, Council. Thank you, Council President, for having me here today. I do apologize for my attire. I came from my daughter's soccer game.
No problem.
But thank you for having me. So I totally understand. My prior life of being an athletic director, I understand where athletics and recreation falls when budget time comes around. To say that a pool or a program is not essential, that's a very tough pill for me to swallow. You look at when the pandemic happened, all people wanted to do was go outside, and they wanted to do stuff. I was hired by the mayor and by the rec commission. They wanted me to change and bring recreation back to Fitchburg to where it once was. In 7 months, there's been so much progress moving forward and still so much more to go. To lose something like the pool that, for the most part, everybody talks about equity. There's a lot of apartments in Fitchburg. They don't have a pool in their backyard. Just the other day, last week, when it was 90-something degrees outside, I had a couple councilors reach out to me. James, the splash park going to be open? Yeah, my guys, we switched from what they were doing to make sure those splash parks were open so the people had a place to cool off. And you wouldn't believe the amount of phone calls and emails that I got. Is the pool open? Unfortunately, no, not yet. To address the staffing issue, so lifeguard is an issue across the state and across the country. Right now, Fitchburg is fully staffed with lifeguards and now having to turn away lifeguards. So that pool, if it does not get shut down, will be open unless it's raining outside. So again, in the 7 months that I've been here, I've worked very hard to provide services to this community. And there's a lot of momentum going forward. And to see that taken away, that would be very devastating, not only to me, but to all the people that utilize that facility. Bringing it up to the Parks Commission the other night at our meeting, the last time the pool was shut down completely, when it had to be reopened, it was 3 times the cost because of all the repairs they had to do because they let it sit. So, yeah, you might save a little bit now, but then going to try to open it up again next year when I have to ask for 3 times that amount, I'm sure that's going to be, oh, yeah, no problem. No, that's a bigger issue. And it's not, it's really, in the big scheme of things, I think you'd be taking away a great service that a lot of people utilize, and especially where it will be fully staffed for people to utilize on a daily basis. So I understand why cuts have to happen, but I hope that you reconsider this one.
Thank you. And Councillor Cruz has informed me that we have another city official here wishing to speak on this matter.
Thank you for taking this out of order. I'm way past my bedtime. Not really, but I'd rather be home. What I wanted to I just wanted to tell you, 22 years ago when we decided to build a pool, we spent $1.5 million to build this pool. And this has been going on for a few years that, well, maybe it's too expensive. I agree that it's expensive, but I think it's what you have to keep in mind is there are youngsters in that area in our community that do not have facilities like this, and many of the youngsters walk to that pool. And what I would like to say is that the pool is something that we really need to keep open, because the more you close it, the harder it is to bring it back the next time. And that's what's going to happen. But you've also got people in that area, adults included, that use that pool that would never be able to be swimming if they didn't, they couldn't walk to that area. It's not a case. It's just the pool is not just for the people in that area, but it's for the whole city. And there are other people that come in and use that pool. So it seems to me that this has been going on. I've been on the park board for 12, 13 years. Anyways, that's been brought up before. We're going to fill it in with sand because it costs money. But filling it in with sand, you've already spent $1.5 million CBDG money that was spent on this pool. And on top of it, when it got real bad, we had park commissioners actually go over there volunteering and replacing concrete, replacing tiles. We replaced the whole splash park, the part of that pool, just to make sure that the little kids can be able to go over there. Please, I beg of you, please don't close the pool, because I would be heartbroken if that makes any difference.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I know I saw some hands up. I did not get everyone written down right away. Councillor James Hawley.
I don't know why it keeps being repeated that we don't have the money. 5 plus 5 does not equal 9. So I don't understand why that keeps being said.
Point of order.
Why is there a point of order? I didn't make a comment about somebody.
Counselor.
I'm responding to a statement.
Counselor, I respond to points of order, and I already rejected it.
Thank you, Mr. President. We don't not have the money. I mean, we can keep saying it, but it doesn't make it true. 2009 is when the pool was shut down. We had about 70 or 80 kids in the former building next door spilling out onto City Hall, wearing swim gear and snorkels and fans to show how hot they were. Okay, 80 kids and parents, moms. It was a lovely evening. Okay, but we still did it because we didn't have a choice, because at that time we had no money. That's not the case here. I will not go through that ever again. Certainly not with our current financial situation. And as to what it cost to reopen it, it was actually 4 times the money. And I remember that because it was my first meeting as chair of finance in 2010 or 11, because the pool was shut down for a couple of summers. And it was 4 times the amount, because it was the first free cash item that Mayor Wong put forward to us to fix the pool, and then people were criticizing her, one of the few times I didn't, for spending free cash to fix the pool. So she was damned if she did and damned if she didn't. And so I don't want to go through that again. It is unnecessary, okay? And for those who say, well, use the Gus Johnson pool up the street. We said the same thing to people 10 years ago. Didn't go well. And what people were doing once we told them that is they would videotape kids going into the park at the state pool, and the state pool people were turning them away because they were already at capacity. Real good optics when we told them, go pound sand, go use that pool instead. I am not doing that ever again. Thank you.
Councillor Fleming.
Yes, I'm not in favor of this, this cut either. We're about to hit summer. Kids are going to be looking for something to do. The only thing I see that can happen is we're going to have kids not having anything to do when the police department's going to be a lot busier than usual because kids are going to get themselves into trouble because out of boredom. I really think it's important we keep those pools open because, like we've already heard, not everybody has a pool in their backyard. So, I use the floor.
Councillor Green.
It would be a real shame for us to lose what is deemed as another asset for this community, being that pool, that resource that Coolidge continues to be, and the fact that we have a rec department who has taken the time to understand what the needs are and brought forth with great effort, getting us to be fully funded and fully staffed, more importantly, because what good does it do to have a pool open if we don't have the lifeguards that are there potentially saving little kids' lives? So for $100,000, which is what, if we combine even the position of the rec assistant, that's talking about, clearly we have the money to do it. It's an asset. Not only do kids and families in that neighborhood depend on this pool, but FYI, we also have residents from New Hampshire that are coming down utilizing this facility as well. So I will not support any of these cuts, especially to that facility, knowing that in years past, those families have been told to go up to the state pool when they have not been able to access that either. So this will be a no vote for me, hands down. Thank you.
Councillor Kuchar.
Thank you very much. I don't want to reiterate what any of the other councilors said in order to be able to expedite this. But, you know, fortunately, I have the means to be able to, you know, put my kids in the car and bring them up to the ocean or drive them to Lake Denison or, you know, go somewhere else in order to be able to cool off in the summertime. But there are many in the city who don't. They don't have that option. They don't have that ability. Either, you know, the price of gas for going up to the ocean is too high or, you know, so defunding the pool, not to mention it would cost more to get it back in operation. But, you know, this is not something that we really should, you know, really even consider, just because it is a necessary function of the city. The floor.
Councillor Boschman.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I don't think we have enough programs for the youth of our city in Fitchburg, and I think that we'd be making a big mistake, and we'll be keeping the chief awful busy if we don't have some kind of programs going on in the city. So I'm not going to support it. Sorry, Council.
I'll just add, you know, first of all, I just want to sort of attest to the claims that have been made about how much more it could cost to reopen. I am fortunate enough that my parents have a pool. They had it all while I was growing up. And there was a year when it was left closed down, and through a combination of disuse and the fact that when it's covered you can't see any problems that are developing, they had to have, I want to say, a month and a half of work done to it the following year to be able to open it. I can't imagine that there's anything about our pool that would make it immune to those problems. And I've heard some people say, you know, if the issue is just giving people a place to cool off, they can just use the splash park. And I mean, technically, yes, but for older kids, what are you going to do at the splash park? Stand under the water spout for an hour, chatting with your friends just to, you know, to stay wet, to stay cool? You're not going to run through it like a sprinkler, like a little kid. But in a pool, there's plenty of stuff for older kids to do. And I don't say that, again, I don't say that to insinuate that this is a silly cut or a ridiculous cut. I get where it's coming from. It is, I suppose you could call it relatively non-essential relative to some of the other line items, but only relative. It is important. It's important for our youth. It's important for our lower income residents. And I just want to add also, I went to Worcester Academy for high school. And I know anyone who's familiar with Worcester Academy is probably going, ooh, rich kid school. One thing a lot of people don't know about Worcester Academy, although I'll admit I'm not talking about myself here, about 30% of its student body is there on a full ride need-based scholarship. And so my point that I'm going to make here is when I was in high school, I met a bunch of kids, and I was shocked by it, who never learned to swim. Not because their parents didn't teach them or because they just were afraid of the water. They never had the opportunity. They lived in places where they had no access to any place to swim. And that was mind-boggling to me because even before my parents had the money to put in, our in-ground pool, we would go to a friend's house who had just kind of one of the pop-up above-ground pools or whatever. There was always, in my youth, even when my family wasn't very well off, we always had a chance to swim somewhere. But not all our residents have that chance. And if we can give that to them, I think that is an important asset. And again, I get the intent behind the cuts. If we were in a much tighter situation, I could see the argument. I'm not sure I'd support it even then, but I could certainly be much more sympathetic to it. But I think we can afford to keep the pool open, and I think we should. Councillor Squalia.
Thank you, President Zarella. Once again, I appreciate bringing up this cut and bringing up this conversation. However, and I understand why, because we have to balance this budget with $1.3 million of free cash, plus a variety of other strategies within the budget. I get it. But we know through our under budgeting of receipts and other strategies that we're going to get multi-million dollars left in free cash at the end of the year. So $100,000 cutting for this pool for the reasons the Recreation Director and Parks Commissioner Mary Whitney suggested. Also, it's not going to save us money, first of all. Second of all, noting the kids that don't know how to swim. We are fortunate to have a state pool that does offer lessons. However, those lessons get booked up real quick. And the state pool does get very busy very quick and is often at capacity, especially in hot days. The City of Fitchburg Coolidge Park Pool also gets at capacity sometimes. But we also offer lessons to children to learn how to swim, all the way from little toddlers up to, I don't know, I assume some other or older child age with the pool. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry that I stepped back up. I just thank you again for having me up. Council Squalia, to your point, this year, in speaking with the lifeguards that have been hired, they are already, part of the incentive of hiring them was to help cover the cost of their certification training, not only just to be certified as a lifeguard, but to also offer water safety courses. And to the bigger point, all the kids that I talked to about it, they're full on board and going to get that certification. A few of them are actually taking it next week. But more to the point, if I knew that these kids were returning to be lifeguards, there are grants galore that I could have applied for to not only teach and offset or have free lessons for children, but also offer lessons for adults. To President Zarella's point, I've grown up with knowing that people I have an above ground pool at my house, and I have people that come over that they're like, thank God it's 4 feet because I don't know how to swim, so I'm glad I can stand up. And I'm like, how do you not know how to swim? And you know, with my 3 kids, I think one of the best things that my kids have ever learned is how to swim. You know, that to me, that's just something that I feel everybody should have the opportunity to learn. And we will be offering lessons. We're working those details out as the kids come in with their certification. But so if the state pool does get booked, I know Leominster, our buddies next door, they had a big thing with their lessons signing up the other night. So as soon as I get the information out there, believe you me, Leominster is going to regret that they posted that stuff, because Fitchburg is going to make it a little bit better than they have.
Yes, so I appreciate very much the lessons. I took my own daughter to do lessons, and that was very helpful. Even though we have access to a pool, you know, she's able to they're able to teach her in a safe environment and teach her things that I don't even know how to teach a toddler how to swim. So, you know, it's a valuable asset within the city of Fitchburg, and, you know, while I appreciate the cut for the reasons I said, we can't afford this pool. Thank you.
Further comments? Do I have a motion? Oh, Councilor Giannicelli.
I, too, would like to say that I applaud my colleague, Councilor Van Hazinga, for trying to think outside the box and address some of the issues with the budget. And he should be commended for that, because he's putting his money where his mouth is. Others that criticize this budget are noticeably fairly absent from here. They didn't put anything forward, meaning they got nothing. At least Council Van Hazinga stepped into the fray, okay? But some others keep criticizing this budget and didn't offer anything. Nothing.
Councilor, when a point of order is called, please stop and let it be addressed.
I'd like to hear it, please.
Point of order.
Because I'm being factual?
Because you are criticizing your colleagues' intentions and attitudes.
Mr. President, I'm not questioning the intention. I'm trying to be honest with the public. If you don't like what you see, where's your proposal?
Okay, Councilor, the question is whether we should make this cut.
And the cuts that Councilor Van Hazinga keeps proposing, those who are making those comments keep voting against them.
Councilor,
So,
Councilor, again, the voting record of anyone on this council is not what we are debating right now.
I'm trying to defend Councilor Van Hazinga.
I understand that, and I'm sure he appreciates it.
It's dishonest.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to make the proposed cuts to close the pool for the season.
Second.
I have a motion and second. This is in favor of the cut, just to clarify after the last round. All in favor?
Oh, let's see.
Opposed? Motion fails 1 to 10. All right. We will return back one page to the proposal of Councilor Van Hazinga to cut the position of principal clerk at the senior center. This is a line item of $52,884 being cut in its entirety. Councilor Squalia?
Sorella, the first line would be the recreation assistant.
We're going back one page.
back to the back.
We jumped 2 lines.
Oh, okay.
Bottom of
But thank you for keeping me on the ball.
For clarification, were the other 2 before that by Councilor Di Natale withdrawn?
Those are with.
Yes. All of Councilor Giannicelli's were withdrawn.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Van Hazinga,
So
you may
before I get into it, both this proposal with the principal clerk and the recreation assistant are about delaying either a new hire or filling a currently vacant position. With the cuts, I seem to be an island. I'm the only one supporting them at this point. Just a quick straw hand, does anybody have any interest conceivably in supporting this cut? Because if not, I will just withdraw them and we can move on and not waste everybody's time. Does anybody? Okay. I withdraw this cut, and I also withdraw the recreation assistant. We can just save some time and move on.
Thank you, Councilor. We have only one left then. Proposed by both Councilors Boschman and Van Hazinga. This is a cut of $25,000 to a $50,000 line item for the Johnny Appleseed Center. Councilor Van Hazinga?
I feel like a broken record, but we have a lot of financial pressure in this budget. I have nothing against the Johnny Apple Center. I have nothing against the Chamber. I appreciate what that center does for Fitchburg and for the region. I appreciate everything the Chamber does. This is not something I want to cut completely. This is not something I want to cut partially, but I am cutting in half, just for the sake of trying to move towards balancing our books for this budget. And as I understand it, moving it down to 25 matches the contribution that Leominster does. I'm not making any argument that it's wasted money. I'm not making any argument that we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that our ability to spend on things is limited by the money we have, and that's it.
Councilor Brochman.
Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. They called me up today and they wanted me to change my vote. We cut $40,000 for communications. If they get up here and they tell us that they'll take care of the 40,000, put more stuff in there, Johnny Appleseed, about Fitchburg, you'll get the whole $50,000, I promise you, and I'll keep my mouth shut. So,
well, in that case, I suppose we will hear from the chamber.
Why didn't they go first?
So, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Council President and councilors, and Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council on this important economic development issue. So, my name, for the record, is Roy Nascimento. I'm President and CEO of the North Central Massachusetts Chamber, and in my role as President of the Chamber, I also serve as President of the Johnny Appleseed Trail Association, which does business as Visit North Central Massachusetts, and we're a economic development organization focused on destination marketing. So we market the region to visitors, trying to attract those visitors and groups here to Fitchburg and to the other communities here in North Central Massachusetts. The idea being that we attract people with a little jingle in their pocket. They come out to our region, they spend money at our local attractions, they visit our local restaurants, stay in our local hotels. There's an economic impact there. It means visitor dollars, rooms tax revenue, meals tax revenue, all kinds of other tax revenue for the local community and jobs for the community. So, and we've been doing this since the 1990s, and this was established, and you've heard me say this again in the past, but we really see ourselves, we're a partnership of state, our local communities, and the business community coming together to do this type of really thoughtful marketing to promote the region and bring these visitors in. And I've used the analogy before that we're kind of like a three-legged stool, you know, and we've got the state contributing money. We apply every year for state tourism dollars that comes from rooms tax revenue that's collected by the state. And that helps support the work that we do, and we have to apply for that, and we need matching dollars. And then we have our local municipalities, like Fitchburg, which is one of the biggest beneficiary of the work that we do. And you collect rooms tax revenue, which is a direct reflection of the work that we do and bringing in more visitors. A portion of that is invested back in to tourism through the Johnny Appleseed Trail Association. That helps us. We can leverage that, apply for these state grant dollars that require a dollar-for-dollar match, because that enabling legislation, they really wanted to see that type of partnership. And then, of course, the business community steps up and provides dollars. And so we do we really have a very dynamic program of work. We do a lot of different things to really promote the region. I think many of you are aware of some of the things that we do. Most notably, and what everyone thinks of us, is our visitor center on Route 2. And Diane Burnett is here, who's our longest-serving employee, and she's the manager of our visitor center. Does a great job. Fitchburg resident. Please applaud, yes. And she is a Fitchburg resident, very committed to the community and to the work of the Johnny Appleseed Trail Association. That visitor center is open 362 days a year, servicing visitors coming out here to the providing the amenities that they need, restrooms and things of that nature, but also telling the story of Fitchburg and the surrounding communities. So we're well known for that, and we publish the Guide to North Central Massachusetts, which gets distributed at 400 locations throughout Massachusetts and New England. We're well known for that. People often see that and pick that up. But we also do a lot of other things to help promote the region. We do a lot of direct advertising in target markets: New York, Boston, Connecticut, southeastern Massachusetts, paid advertising to bring out visitors and groups, attract them here to the region. We do things like sales missions, trade shows. We hosted in March or April, we hosted a travel writer here to Fitchburg. You know, that type of work to generate interest. You know, writing a story about the community, a travel writer writing a story, that's great advertising for the community and for the region. So we hosted a social media influencer as well. So we do that kind of thing to attract visitors to the area. And it has an impact. We've been able to grow the tourism economy here. We track that. We get data from the Massachusetts Office of Travel and Tourism. We track that, and we've seen the impact here in Fitchburg. Fitchburg is a community that has really undergone tremendous growth in terms of it's now a destination. It's the largest destination in our region with destinations like Great Wolf Lodge, Hollis Hills, Game On. Game On's bringing a lot of families here that are coming out for these tournaments that they're hosting. And some of the other places that we have in the region are also bringing in families. And when they come out here, they're going to, again, stay at a local restaurant. I understand that there's no shortage of need, and I understand where you're coming from. However, I wanted to point out a couple things that this will be really counterproductive to, I think, the goals that we're trying to accomplish here. By cutting this, we've been level funded in the entire time I've been here, 8 years. If we reduce the funding, if the funding gets reduced, that's going to create some challenges for us. While it's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things in terms of this budget for the city, it's a lot of money to us in terms of our operations, and it will impact our ability to staff. We're no different than the city. We're no different than other businesses. Inflation has impacted us. Our costs have gone up, and we're still continuing to do the good work that we do despite that, and continue to find a way forward. So that would impact us considerably. And then I'd also want to point out the competition, that it doesn't just happen. We're competing with other communities, we're competing with other regions, we're competing with other states. And all of these regions and states want the same thing that we want. They want those jobs, they want those tax revenues, and they want those visitors in their communities. And we can go just a few miles up the road to New Hampshire, and you can get a lot of the same, they offer a lot of the same things that we offer. A lot of the great outdoors, a lot of sports, they're marketing to sports visitors. You can go to other regions, they're doing the same thing. So it's very, very competitive. And there are other regions that, that want to eat our lunch. And so we have to consider that and make sure that we're continuing to stay competitive. So I think, I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, it's, we'd encourage you to continue to fund JADA and to not pass this cut. So happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Brochman.
You haven't answered my question. Will you work with us, with the Liz Murphy, if they have some important stuff to advertise?
He does.
Where you're reaching so many people out there.
So I can tell you that we're already partnering with the city.
That's
so
right.
We already share information when the city sends us information. So I don't know if that helps to answer your question, but we're already doing a lot of marketing. We're already doing a lot of PR, and we're already sharing information and all the good stories coming out of the city.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you talk about are you going to be talking about the July 4th weekend, where we have a parade and we get the July 4th, the night before July 4th, this block party, and the
Civic days, all that, yes, we always promote that.
What do you think, Andy?
I think it's good.
No,
I'm not sure what the question is. I think that's great, yeah.
So, and I was remiss, I didn't mention Travis Condon's here from our team as well, and Diane's here. So if I can't answer a question, I'm sure they could answer questions. Did I miss anything?
I was just to add on to that, I know we do receive press releases from Liz. We also receive it from Natalia. So anytime a press release comes out from the city of Fitchburg, we share it, whether it's on the chamber page or if it's more appropriate for Visit North Central. And Jada will share it there as well. So we do utilize our social media channels. And I also volunteer my time for the parade, for the block party. It's one thing that we do every year, and we're very active in promoting that, thanks to Diane's connection to Civic Days.
Further questions or comments?
May I say, ask one
Go
more
ahead.
question? May I ask, Liz, are you satisfied with that, Liz? With them? Because they're asking me for $50,000.
And for the record, I don't think it's a bad idea for the city to have a PR person answering media requests.
All right, further questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
A motion that we cut the budgeted amount by $25,000 to a budget of $25,000.
Second.
I have a motion and second. All in favor? In opposition? Motion fails by a vote of 1 to 10.
Thank you.
And that concludes our proposed cuts. So at this point, I had a request before the meeting from the auditor that when we conclude the proposed cuts, we take a brief 5-minute recess to allow him to adjust numbers in his spreadsheets before we vote on the full budget, because we will need to make any adjustments to these numbers here. And we will recommence when he tells me that we were ready. We are going to recess. p.m. We are returning from recess. We now have before us a number of budget orders. We're going to take them. We'll take the main operating budget first separately. And first, I need a motion to amend the general fund line item from 159.90.407 to 159.48.407 to reflect the cuts that were made.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Do I have? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Oh, right, that would be why. All right, I have a motion and second. If there is no objection, I'll take this by unanimous consent. Seeing none, it is amended. We now have 148.23, order that there be and hereby is appropriated the mayor's fiscal year 2024 operating budget.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second to approve on the motion. Go ahead.
When we consider the budget, I think we really need to be honest about what money we have available to spend and what we're spending. There are some areas of concern with this budget, and they're significant. First of all, we're using $1.3 million of currently available free cash to balance the budget, to make it work. We can do that this year because we have that money, so sure, we should do it. The problem is the budget needs to be sustainable. We need to be able to afford the budget next year, and our expenses are only going to be higher next year. So we have to think about, are we going to have the $1.3 million available in free cash to supplement it next year, or possibly more if the budget's higher? The next area is the snow and ice reserve. Typically, that cost comes to between $1 million and $1.5 million each year, and we don't historically fund that in full in the budget. It'd be great if we could, but we haven't been able to, so we don't. What we do is we fund about about $675,000, which gets us to around where it usually ends up, with the idea that we fund the balance from anticipated free cash, money we think we'll get, and we usually do get. We're not funding that this year, so we're going to be responsible for the entire snow and ice cost out of anticipated free cash. There's a risk there. The last thing is the net school spending. We're required by the state to spend a certain amount on the school system, and we're underfunding that by $800,000. And this is the area of most concern because we're legally obligated to do that, and there are significant potential ramifications if we don't. Earlier, the mayor talked about there are increases or anticipated increase in funding going to be available, and I think that is spectacular. And the hope is that gets to the $100,000 so we can have that money available relatively quickly. I think it was mentioned doing a supplemental budget in September. And if we do that, that alleviates a lot of my concerns, not all of them, but we also don't have that money yet, or we don't have that money available yet. So I think we do have to proceed with caution, and I'm concerned not that we'll necessarily not be able to make this budget work this year, but it has to be sustainable for future years. And I think we have to be honest about how we use free cash. With the exception of the half of the snow and ice expenses, most of the free cash goes to the nice-to-have expenses, things that we would like to do, but we don't know if we'll have the money, whether it's buying a new dump truck, or if it's paying or it could be an unexpected cost, like paying an unexpected legal fee, or the price of diesel fuel goes up and we have additional costs, or it's our rainy day fund. So we spend it on things that we would like to spend. If we're going to, say, pave a road, we would like to do this. We don't know if we'll have the money. If we get the free cash, hey, we got some extra money. We can do these nice to do things. And it also covers us for emergencies or when expenses are higher than normal, because free cash is when they're turn out to be lower than normal. So the plan put forward is we already have about $2.9 million of the free cash allocated for things that we need to spend. That includes the $100 school expense. Hopefully that's not a problem. We have the revenue in September, but we don't have that money available yet. It's fully funding the snow and ice reserve. It's also things like our stabilization fund payments and the OPEB fund that we typically do. And those are things that is at the end of the world if we don't fund them? No, it's not. It does have ramifications. It is serious. But that's why we put it in the future cash bucket, because we have some flexibility there. So I think we have to be realistic about what this budget does, and sometimes we have to make hard choices about what we can spend money on, what we can't. Well, we have to wait to see if the situation improves, and then we can spend money. And our auditor has talked about that, there are times to spend and there are times to pull back and be more cautious, because we don't want to be in a situation like 2008. And I'm not saying that if we pass this budget, we will be there. What I'm saying is that this is the first step, that if there are these kinds of risks, if the situation keeps getting worse, you run out of options to make it work. And this year, we can, and we should be able to make this work not that there's not risk, but we should be able to do it. I'm thinking for the long-term sustainability of how the budget can be financed. That's why I think there's unacceptable risk in the budget, and I won't be supporting it as proposed.
Councilor Giannatalli.
Use of free cash already certified to balance an operating budget is nothing new and has been done in 3 fiscal years prior to FY24 under this administration with the majority of the City Council's blessing. In FY20, FY21, and FY22, the city was compelled to propose budgets that used certified free cash to balance due to COVID-19 pandemic, an appropriate use of that free cash given the situation. In FY20, it was $150,000. FY21, it was $1.434 million. And FY22, it was $1.1 million. FY24 is still feeling the effects of the pandemic with respect to record high inflation, higher interest rates on borrowing, supply chain disruptions, and labor market challenges. Therefore, using certified free cash, while not ideal, is not an inappropriate use of this money given the pandemic's emergency after effects experienced here. Use of anticipated free cash not yet certified to balance a budget is always a concern and should be avoided if possible. However, the sins of the city's past in doing this practice were when the reliance was in the millions of dollars, not hundreds of thousands as it is today, and that is no longer the case. In all instances under this administration, the shortfalls were known after July 1st, after additional information was gathered, with the prior fiscal year closing and state budget amendments, and so this is nothing new. And the city under this administration has always had enough free cash to cover whatever difference came up. Examples include, on November 14th of 2017, order number 258-17, in fiscal year 2018, $632,438 of free cash was utilized to balance the school budget. At the time, the Assistant Superintendent Jokel explained that this order was an accounting transaction to reimburse the school budget for indirect costs related to health insurance premiums. Because it was not planned in the budget, the completion had to happen after the fact. Councilors DiNatale, Green, and Boschman voted for the transaction. On November 12, 2019, order number 260-19, fiscal year 2020, the City Council approved $880,000 of free cash to balance the budget, to make the school department whole for net school spending. What did the school department do with that money? They put it all towards capital, risk management, and technology upgrades. They didn't even need the money. They used it as extra. Councilors who voted for that funding request, DiNatale, Squalia, Zarella, Green, Boschman, and Fleming. Again on November 14, 2017, $123,000 to cover a shortfall in the budget, not known until after the books closed. Again, Councilors DiNatale, Green, and myself, Boschman voted for that as well. It was communicated on May 22nd by the city auditor that there are a plethora of items that need to be addressed that the 2014 budget cannot. Again, this is nothing new. This is a staple fact of every single budget we have had presented that I have seen going back to 2009. If the city funded every request every department wanted or needed, the city would bankrupt itself. Every 2 weeks, the Council Finance Committee meeting gets a list of free cash needs for funding we don't have. Nothing new. There is always needs from free cash that is yet to be certified. So this concern should not be a concern to anyone. On snow and ice, we don't budget the snow and ice at the full value because we are allowed to deficit spend it by the state. And we haven't done it in 50 years other than the last 3 because the finances were so good. So before everybody starts panicking that we're back to what we used to do, that wasn't why the city tanked. Had nothing to do with 500 grand. Per the Munis reports, the average annual snow and ice expense is $1,022,546, which would mean we would need $470,000 of next year's free cash to balance. On the free cash certification, what do we know today that we need? $350 for stabilization, which is DOR required, $500,000 for Crocker and the library loan that this council voted for unanimously, $600,000 for snow and ice removal, nothing new, $400,000 for MS4 stormwater permit, and that all totals $1.85 million. What's the free cash that we've had certified the last 6 fiscal years? FY17, $4.8 million. FY18, $4.9 million. FY19, $6.8 million. FY20, $7.8 million. FY21, $3.4 million. FY22, $8.7 million. The $1.85 million we know today that we have to spend, it is guaranteed it'll be there, if the last 25 years of history is a guide. The average annual free cash that we have certified is $5.6 million. What does this mean? It may mean, at worst case, that the city will not have sufficient available funds to cover one-time expenses next fiscal year. Well, that's nothing new either. There are good years of municipal finance, and there are bad years of municipal finance. It's cyclical. Some years you're going to have piles of money, as been alluded to several times tonight, without talking about what did we do with that money. Okay? And there are years we didn't have a lot of money. So the mayor's going to have to keep whatever he's got close to the chest and tell people, unless something major happens, you're not getting anything. At least I'll be looking for that as Finance Committee Chair, if I'm still the chair. We also forget that all this free cash that we're talking about, how much capital needs did we address in this city that were neglected for 30 years? And we're still not even close. God help us if we didn't have that free cash. So there's going to be a year or two every decade where we're going to have free cash that isn't as much as we wanted, and so people are going to have to toughen it up, and they're not getting anything. That's how it goes. Where I work, we just got a letter from our CEO yesterday that our backlog is down. So all the available free money we have, freed up for capital, bye-bye. We'll see you next year. So it's not like this is not without precedent. I'm not throwing pom-poms in the air, folks, but it has been made to appear this evening and on the 22nd that doomsday is fast approaching, and it's not. And the last thing I'll say is the budget when I vote for or against these budgets, I say to myself that if I can't find anything of concrete value to change the mayor's proposals, then I am hard-pressed to not vote against it, because why would I do that? I don't have any plan to change what he put forward, but I'm going to vote against it anyway. Wonderful. So earlier this evening, I credited my colleague who put his chips on the table. I've been there many times. Not easy thing to do, and I give him a lot of credit for that. And some other councilors didn't put anything forward, and that's their right. No criticism for them either. But what I love hearing is how there's so many problems with a document that we've had ample time to fix or try to fix, and those same people didn't put anything on the page. So I am going to vote for this budget tonight, because I can't do any better than what it says. And there is no anticipated free cash deficit anymore. And that doesn't surprise me in the least when you look at the May year-to-date Muni reports on revenue. So, to be consistent and honest with my constituents, if I can't come up with anything better, I'm not voting against it. Because I had my chance to do something about it, and I couldn't or I wouldn't. Thank you.
Councilor Schultz.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Auditor Brooks, when you started your budget presentation to us, you said that we needed a frugal approach. I just wondering if you could maybe elaborate a little more on that.
I guess I don't know how to answer you, Counselor, because I think that the budget we presented was appropriate for when it was presented. Information has changed since that time, which has enabled the mayor to say that he can fund the 800,000 shortfall in the school budget. And I think the whole process is something that evolves over time. Doing a budget is projecting what you think is going to happen, and you're never going to get it exactly right. There's always going to be the hope is that you come within 1% or 2% of where you need to be. And I think that the budget we initially presented was that, and I think that with the changes that the mayor has proposed, we're still in that.
You're confident?
I'm satisfied with what's being done, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Councilor Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just want to state for the record that we did propose cuts, more than just Councilor Van Hazinga. I proposed about $500,000 in cuts for various reasons that have all been stated tonight, and I won't delve into. Yeah, having said that, I still think that the matrix as it's being worked and used right now for the salary increases is not sustainable, and it's not working, and it needs to be reassessed. And when it comes before us next time, whether in finance or city council as a whole, this body needs to put our foot down. We've seen the increases, we've seen the percentages across the board. It has nothing to do with any particular department or the quality of work. I think everyone in the city works incredibly hard. I'm proud to be a part of it, but the current matrix we're using now is not sustainable. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just note that I think one of the things that makes me confident in this budget that has been mentioned throughout the night in passing, but that I think really bears mentioning, is that I think my vice president used the term rainy day fund to refer to our available funds. I get what he was saying, and I think I agree with his characterization as such, but I would use the term rainy day fund a little differently. And when it comes to having something saved up against an unexpected need, that's what our stabilization fund is for. And that's what makes me very confident in this budget, is that we have a very robust stabilization fund. So even if, and I agree with Councilor Giannatalli, it is pretty much unthinkable that we won't have sufficient free cash this year to meet the needs that we have, or even next year, I would think. But hypothetically, if we did, we could still meet all our necessities without even putting all that significant a dent into our stabilization. And we're able to say that because we've been able to fund that account so aggressively over the course of the last decade or so, like little less. So I think everything works out as is, but I also think we have a very significant buffer. If the economy tanks, if some major new expense comes up, we can absorb it. We hope not to have to, because we'd like to keep that stabilization fund flush, but that's what it's there for. It's useless to us if it doesn't get used in an emergency. really essential to our economic security. And because we have that, I think we can afford to be perhaps slightly more optimistic in our budget assumptions than we might otherwise be if we had $10,000 in stabilization and had to be really damn sure that we can cover every line item that we project. And again, I just want to reiterate, I don't mean that I have any doubt that we can this year without touching stabilization. It's just that we have that cushion. We're not riding close to the edge here. And we weren't even before we heard about the possibility of an additional 800,000 or so in additional revenues. So I will be supporting this budget, and I certainly hope that our city's revenues and expenses rebound in the coming years to the levels that we've kind of grown accustomed to in the last few. But this is good. We're still doing well. We need to be a little more cautious than we've been in the last few years, but we are not in a difficult budgetary situation so much as we're just in not quite as comfy a budgetary situation. That said, Councillor Boschman.
I got one question, Mr. Chair. Maybe Kelvin or Jackie can answer. I'm going to skip to 14923, the 700,000 overlay.
We're not on that yet. We're only on 148.23.
It's part of the budget.
We're only on 148.23, though. 149 we'll vote after.
Yeah, I know, but they're using that 700,000 to balance the budget.
We're only on
148.
the 148 at the moment.
All right, never mind then. I can't answer the question. I can't ask a question.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion and second to approve 148.23, the operating budget for FY24. All in favor? In opposition? 3 in opposition. Motion passes 8-3. Next, we have 149.23, ordered that there be and hereby is appropriated the sum of $700,000 to be credited to the FY24 tax levy and charged against overlay surplus. Councillor Boschman.
On that 700,000, how much do we have at balance in that $700,000 taken out of there on the overlay fund?
$1.8 million.
100, what?
1.8 million.
Oh, easy.
Just trying to be clear, that's all.
1.8? Yes, sir. When I came on board, we had over 5 million. When I came on board, 5 million in the overlay fund.
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, Councilor.
I'm pretty sure, I'm 90% sure it was about $5 million when I came on.
I could not say.
Are you perhaps thinking of the stabilization fund?
No, not stabilization. I know the difference.
Councillor
Are you asking, Councillor, if we've had used $5 million in overlay to balance?
What's that?
Are you asking if we've ever used $5 million in overlay to balance?
We at one time when I first came on, I believe we had $5 million in the overlay fund.
In the fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the overlay fund, yes.
Okay.
And now we're down to 1.8 million. And I like to look at that as a kitty too. In case something big happens, we can go into that. And what's the purpose of the overlay fund?
The purpose of the overlay fund is to cover all outstanding tax liabilities as well as all potential liabilities from appellate tax board cases. So in this instance, the city has 4 pending cases of the commercial nature and between 8 and 10 or 8 and 12 residential liabilities. Should something happen with those appellate tax board cases and we have to pay either a settlement or I'm sorry, it's late, a finding from the appellate tax board that's not favorable to us, the money would come out of that account.
So, just since we're on the topic, just to close the circle and clarify, what is our current estimated exposure on those tax liabilities?
Less than, I mean, if we were to lose every one of those cases, it would be less than 400,000, I would say.
So after removing this 700,000 from the 1.8, we still have more than enough to cover
correct
any potential
The overlay is a
liabilities.
fund that's managed by the Board of Assessors, and it cannot be released without, the mayor can request that the funds be released, but the board does not have to release those funds. Every year annually, we receive a statement from the Treasurer Collector's Office that tells us what the outstanding liabilities are for tax collections. Those have to be covered in the overlay, as well as I stated earlier, any liabilities through appellate tax decisions.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Any further questions on 149.23?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second to approve 149.23. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In opposition? 1 in opposition. Motion carries 10-1. 150.23. Order that there be and hereby is appropriated the sum of $1,300,000, same to be charged against available funds and credited to the fiscal year 24 tax levy in order to reduce the tax rate. Councilors?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second to approve 150.23. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In opposition? 1 in opposition. Motion carries 10-1. 151.23. Order that there be and hereby is appropriated the sum of $138,000, same to be charged against parking meter garage receipts and credited as follows. Treasurer personal expenses, $20,000. Treasurer personal services, $20,000. Treasurer expenses, $118,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In opposition? Carries unanimously. 152.23. Order that there be and hereby is appropriated the sum of $55,000, same to be charged against PEG access and cable-related fund receipts and credited to FY24 as follows. Information technology PEG expenses, $55,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second to approve. If there is no objection, we'll take this by unanimous consent. Seeing none, it is approved.
Motion to approve 153.23 through 157.23.
Second.
Do I have any objection to taking those together? All right, do I have any objection on the motion? All right, they are approved. We will now hear a brief statement from Auditor Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just want to say it's my chance to speak. Tonight is my last City Council meeting as City Auditor, and I want to thank you for the opportunity I've had to work for this city. I have found the work to be very fulfilling and hope my efforts have been beneficial to the city and its residents. I have been here only 9.5 years, but I'm amazed at how much the city has changed and improved during that time. I wish I were 10 years younger because there is so much more to be done in the coming years, and I would have liked to be a part of it. I have worked alongside many dedicated city employees and department heads, folk who are committed to what they are doing, who know their craft, and work long and hard to make this community the best it can be. I thank them all. I especially want to acknowledge the hard work, knowledge, and dedication of Deputy Auditor Jacqueline Cronin, who will shortly be taking over the City Auditor position and who, I predict, will do a phenomenal job. In closing, I would like to read an excerpt from a speech by President Theodore Roosevelt. It's commonly referred to as the man in the arena, and I believe we are all in the arena. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows, in the end, the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. Thank you.
I think I speak for all of us when I say thank you very much for your services, and we wish you all the best in your retirement.
We got to do this meeting next.
This concludes the agenda of our council as a whole meeting. After we adjourn, we will be almost immediately commencing our special meeting of the City Council, which will receive the report of this committee.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. Being no objection, we are adjourned.